Mr. Clean is a machine, mean sex machine. That really rhymes. Yeah.
Shit, I was muted. Let's try that again. Hey, welcome, one and all. I swear my voice is getting froggier and froggier every day, and I don't know why. But here we are, Saturday night. We missed last Saturday. We took a break over the American Labor Day holiday weekend. We're back. We hope you are doing well. If you've been here before, awesome. Thanks for coming back. If you're here for the first time, thanks for coming and checking it out. But you know what I always say.
Every time you find yourself here, it's because you chose to come back.
every time you find yourself here, it's because you chose to come back, and I thank you for coming back. I got a new perfume this week for the first time in a while. I haven't been picking up much for a while. So we're going to talk about that in a little bit. Do I have something on me, or is that, what is that? My mustache looks dark there. What is that? Or is it on the camera? Maybe it's on the camera lens. I don't know. So, you know, I also hate talking to myself here for more than a minute. And we do have our first guest. I don't know who all might show up tonight. We'll see what happens, but we do have one guest. She's here, and I'm going to bring her on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Margie Noire.
Hello. Oh, I made it on.
You made it. You were running, of course.
I was cutting it close. Do
Yes.
I need like 2 seconds just for prep time? Do I need to move this camera closer, tilt it down?
I think it might be fine. Wait, I'm going to put you on full screen. Let's see here.
Okay. Maybe tilt it a
know.
little.
Yeah.
No?
Well, the tilt is good for everybody in the audience who would like to see a little bit of their legs. That's for sure. Actually, you could tilt it a little bit more, but you don't have to. But you don't have to.
No, I know. I don't have to do anything. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. See, I'm making things more difficult than they need to be. Story of my life. Okay. I'm trying to show you my romper. I have a romper.
Yes, well, I like that. The color is freaking awesome. Man, that pops. That
It's my
pops.
end of summer. It's me holding on to summer. I notice I'm doing that right now. I'm like holding on to summer.
It's easy. You're in Southern California. It's where it's like summer for 10, 11 months of the year.
That's true. That is very true. But I didn't get to play with my setup, so this is me being... Anyways, okay. Enough about me.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Nothing about your setup you need to worry about.
All right.
Yes. It's all good. You look good.
Thank you.
Yes, we're liking that. Do you want to, we have 31 people here already. I'll try to highlight some chats for a couple seconds here. Why don't you tell us?
You can keep up a big screen.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I just forgot. It's like, I just figured like we're just talking here like normal, and I forgot that you were on the big screen. While I go through and highlight some of the chats and see what's going on,
go ahead.
Why don't you tell everybody about what you're wearing? This is like the Oscars or something. Who are you wearing?
Oh, please. Well, I'm wearing, it's called not Lily Sedell. It's Lily Pulitzer. So I don't know if you guys remember, but Amanda, Limelight Lass, was wearing a Lily Pulitzer dress like a couple weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago. And I liked it so much that I went to the actual store today. They have a store not too far from here, which I was surprised to find out. Anyway, so yeah, I picked up some Lily Pulitzer stuff. So, hey, Taffy.
Oh, you have more Lily Pulitzer, more than that?
Well, okay. So I got this online, blind buy, clothing blind buy. Okay. So I'm pretty good at that because I've been shopping for my body for so long that I can usually figure stuff out. But I was really worried about this one because I don't typically wear rompers. And do you know what a romper is? I think I had to kind of school you on this, right?
No. I know exactly what a romper is, but that does not come off as a romper. That looks like a dress. Stand up for a second. Anybody looking will say that's a dress.
So this looks like a dress, right?
Yes, it's a dress. It's only a romper because you're connected underneath.
They're shorts.
Yes. But from all intents and purposes, if you don't tell everybody it was a romper, people would just assume it's a dress.
No, I know. But you know what? There's something about it being a romper that makes me very happy, because with a dress, you kind of have to watch yourself, This you don't, because there's shorts underneath. So I'm quite happy about it. And it somehow just fit, and that never happens where it's like, because usually with like something that's one piece like this, it's like gonna be off somewhere. But hello, Kevin. But yeah,
Yeah,
so anyway,
well, it's cool. I like it. I like that a lot. Those colors are intense. It just pops.
with these colors. But
Love
yeah,
that
so
blue one.
happy to have this and happy to check out that Lily Pulitzer store. It's definitely its own vibe. It kind of goes with the whole like California, like, you know, everything's real bright and, you know. But anyways, yeah, that's what I'm wearing.
Right on, right on. You know, people are afraid of color. Too many people are afraid of color. And you know, even if you're not afraid of color, most of us tend to wear a solid black or white or gray most of the time, maybe a solid blue, right? So to see these awesome colors and a good print, it's awesome. I like it. I like it a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Kevin Conwell would like to know about your earrings.
Thank you. So these are just like some kind of thick hoops, right? I'm a 90s kid, so hoops, I love hoops. And these are kind of thicker. They're kind of what's in style right now. But I got them last year. But I figured out that Saks Fifth Avenue, right? I figured out that online they sell a ton of jewelry, like really good jewelry. These are silver, but I was able to get them on off Saks Fifth. So they were discounted, and I just love them. The quality's good. I wear them literally every day. So thank you for asking. So silver, I typically only wear silver. I don't like gold jewelry.
I'm with you on that. I am a silver guy. I don't wear jewelry, but if and when I do, it's silver-ish. It's never gold. And my preference on women is silver over gold. I know some people look better in gold, some people look better in silver, but I actually a goldy gold, like it's not appealing to me. Maybe like rose gold or some muted gold would be fine, but I in general, I much prefer the silver family.
Right? Good, me too. But yeah, your skin tone is everything. You guys, if you haven't figured this out yet, anyone watching, girls and guys, if you can figure out what color family you are, it's huge. Like, it's huge. So I'm like a winter, you know, they call it winter. I think it's the winter cool. Anyways, I'm sorry if this is boring, but you guys should all pay attention because it makes a huge difference. Like for me, these tones do okay. But if I wear like anything cream or yellow or too warm orange, like it looks so bad. Like all of the color just drains from my face. So I think it's important to know your color family. Just Google it, look it up. You'll figure it out.
I'm in the Sly and the Family Stone color family.
Nice. Very good.
Bilbo's in the house. Yo.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, Bilbo. It seems like you are offline on whatchamacallit, on Instagram now. You should contact me some way so I know how to get a hold of you, since I can't seem to do that. And let's see, Udo here in the house. Hi to both of us there. What is this Schlonghammer? Hi Marcus and Taffy. I'm like, Himarcus. What's Himarcus?
I thought that was something like a perfume note that we haven't heard of.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have a good show. We've got all the stars are in the chat.
All the stars? Okay, let me look too.
Stars are in the chat. You don't have you can't see the chat unless you looked on it.
Yeah, I have to do it on my phone. But I can see you guys. Hey, Marcus. Hey, Dave. Dushan, Jimbo, Bamavelli. I always have to like think about that one. Real deal. Thank you guys for being here.
Bam. Awesome, Bamavelli. For some reason, Bamavelli was starting a rumor that I told you not to go on Boz's stream, but I think we might have sorted that out. We intermediaried that through Boz because I asked Boz.
No.
But just to clear that up, Margie, did I ever say any such thing like that?
No, you never said that.
There.
You never tell me where not to go.
Does that mean I do tell you where to go?
You don't. Yeah, you do tell me where to go, but you don't say where not to go.
See what I mean? No, like tell you where to go, like go to hell. See, it's a joke.
Yeah, it wouldn't go over well anyway if you did.
Yeah. So, yeah, how's it going, Marcus? Always good to see you. Dude, Marcus, when are we going to get you on here?
Oh, gosh.
We want you on the stream, Marcus. Let's make that
pressure.
happen.
Yes, pressure.
Right. Yeah, real deal. No. Yeah, no one said anything to her about not going on, but somehow there was a rumor started. So we're questioning.
Not at all. I just was busy, but yeah. Boz and I are going to be streaming next weekend. Were you not aware of this?
No, I did think I heard that. I think I heard some rumor of that.
Yes, because see, he wanted to go on Friday, but he wanted to go super early my time, and I was like, I'm still working at 3:30 on a Friday, right? So I think we're going to do Sunday, 2:30 my time, something like that. But he doesn't stay up all night like Mr. Smelly or like some of these other guys, like Dave.
No, but it's late. It's even an hour later for him, hour later than it is for the Brits.
Yeah, that's true. It's even later for him.
Yeah. Marcus. And Marcus, the only reason I ask you to come on here is because we always see you in the chat. So I'm like, oh, if you're in the chat, maybe you could come on camera. But if maybe you're, say, compromised at this hour, then I understand. Then I understand why you might want to come earlier. And
that's what I do.
If we are doing an earlier stream sometime, then we'll let you know. We'll make sure we try to make that happen.
Jimbo's wishing me luck on Boz's stream.
Say that what?
I said Jimbo's wishing me luck on Boz's stream.
Yeah.
Jimbo cracks me up. Yeah.
Oh wait, Nick is saying just found out Prince wore Mugler cologne. Would never. Oh, that's interesting. I am a Prince fan.
Oh my goodness, that's so interesting. That doesn't seem like you'd wear.
Yeah, I mean, you would think he'd have something spicier, sexier.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Definitely. That's kind of interesting. I was thinking
of... but why not? You know, can't go wrong. We talked about the Mugler clone recently because I just got that from Margie from my birthday. Oh, on the birthday stream. That's when we talked about it.
Yes. How are you liking that? You probably haven't worn it. You've just been wearing it.
I like it. It's easy, you know.
Yeah. I gotta get a decant.
It goes fast. It's going down. I've already dipped.
Really?
Yes, I will do that. I will send.
They sell like a 6 ounce of that thing, or some crazy huge bottle of the.
Oh yes, there is a huge one, which kind of makes sense now. But when you've never had it and you're not sure, I'm like, why would you want such a big one? But it's easy to blow through that.
I agree, and it smells good, and you're just gonna spray it. It's just like an easy reach, I think. Prince was a brilliant artist. Yes, he was. Yes.
Yes. It's funny. Right before the stream, in my head, I was singing I had one or two Prince songs in my head actually. And a little sexy motherfucker.
I don't know that one.
And I'm not that I'm good. Not that was a good rendition. Some of you know what some of you know what I was trying to do there.
He was unique.
Prince was a boxer? No, I did not know that.
Interesting.
That is odd.
Sides to Prince.
Yes. Wait, what is this? Styx has a very long comment.
I'm retiring from those streams. That rant was basically me just having enough of that stuff. Many people left. I'm not associated with some of those people. Scales and Marcus are cool though. Ooh, I guess there was a steam.
Oh, it came from something. I don't know what that was connected.
Sorry.
to.
We're like jumping in the conversation.
Yeah. Right there. Yeah. See, sexy motherfucker. They know. Okay. Should we talk about our perfume of the night? First of all, do you still have any sprayed on you, or did you put on a new scent tonight?
I am clean. I have no scent. Yeah.
Okay, which is probably good. Yes.
Yeah.
So, tonight I want to know who out here who likes Diptyque, what Diptyques you have, what's rocking you with Diptyque, because I will tell you what's rocking me with Diptyque.
Okay.
I will tell you. It's the only one I actually have. It's the only one I have a full bottle of, and it's brand new. And it is, ladies and gentlemen. What's that?
We're supposed to do the backstory. There's always a backstory to you getting that. Don't you have to? You have to like tell us the journey, why you got that one.
Well, I mean, let's talk about what it is, and we'll talk about that. I don't. Otherwise, we're just.
Okay, fine.
Otherwise, it's too mysterious.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
So, just got this the other day. This is Diptyque's Orphéon. Do we see? I picked this one up on eBay from somebody. It was partial, man. I've already sprayed a lot. I mean, it was already partial. I think I sprayed as much as what was already sprayed when I got it, and I've only had it for a few days. This is a new favorite of mine. And I just want to say though, before I go on, that it's really sad. I'm going to have to get some stuff to clean off the back of the bottle because I can't see. You know, there's a picture behind this. Look, it's got that.
Oh, come on!
Sales sticker.
Who would do
on
that?
It. The retail at $220 apparently.
I bet you that was. You know what that was?
I gotta get that off so we can see the picture on it.
I bet you that was a tester at a store or something. A tester at a store, and like someone snatched it and sold it.
If it was, it could be, but it's not an official tester. I mean, it doesn't say tester. It doesn't list the notes. It's not like some testers.
Yeah.
So maybe it was.
Did it have the cap?
Bottle they opened and.
Did you get it with a cap?
Yeah, everything is normal, and it came in a box. The cap, the box, everything is normal.
You know what you could do is take a razor blade. This is what you do: razor blade to that, and then use alcohol, and it'll come right off. Just like
I have Goo Gone. I have that.
Goo
and that'll
Gone?
help get it off. But I only just noticed. I turned around today. I was like, oh, let's look at the picture on the back. I hadn't thought of it yet. And I found that, but we'll get it off. So does anyone out there have Orphéon? Because this is what we're going to talk about for a little bit. Margie disappeared for a second.
What?
Am
I here?
On my end, unless it was only me, but in backstage here, you disappeared and came back.
Okay, I'm back now.
You're right, Christy. Gugan is such a very distinct scent. It's pretty intense. But I don't think it's harsh. It's just an intense to me. It's kind of an orangey scent or something, isn't it? Here, Udo says Orphéon is stunning. And yes, I definitely would say this is stunning. Margie and I have been talking a lot about it. She went out and tested it today. She wore it, she had it sprayed all over her arm. It is unfortunately washed off now, but she did wear it for a few hours today, so she'll be able to talk about that.
Yes.
But so I went out, what was it now, about 2 weeks ago. I realized there was a Diptyque store that I live just a half mile from. I didn't even know it was there. Dumb. So I was like, oh yeah, I went over there. I went to the Diptyque place, and I went in thinking about one that I had smelled before that I wanted to smell again, thinking that I might pick it up, if not in the store, just smell it again there and find it online, right? But the mint one, what's the mint one called?
Oh, eau de mint.
Eau de mint, yeah. So I was thinking about that one. I went in, I sprayed it. I did like it, and so that might stay on the list. But I smelled Orphéon for the first time there, and I was kind of blown away. I really liked it in the store. I left there, did some more running around, kept smelling it. It was like addictive. I got home and it was haunting me. I was like, oh my God, this is so good. And I just went online, found it on eBay, and I bought it like that, like all within a couple hours.
That's awesome. So what did you get from it? Like what really struck you about it, and why did you keep smelling your arm? Like, oh, go ahead.
No, all good. So since I've been wearing it, especially today now, I've sprayed it now a few times today. I sprayed it right before I got on. Every time I get maybe a little something different, but the overall is still the same. And it is, to me, a very clean, a fresh and clean scent. Now, there's all kinds of fresh and cleans out there. And a lot of frag heads can't deal with fresh and clean because they want something more exciting and something, whatever. I would say this is a different sort of fresh and clean, especially different from any that I have. This is a at first smell, when I first smelled it, literally first seconds in the opening in the store, it was very floral, and I thought, oh, maybe too floral. But after a minute, it was it worked. It worked for me, and it wasn't femininely floral. It was just a good, clean floral. So I would say this is a fresh, clean, powdery, jasmine-y, rosy, geranium,
yes,
fresh and clean kind of thing. So it is and now it does not list geranium. You can find rose listed, but the primary notes that they list for this are juniper berry. And again, I'll just hold it up in case anybody's coming in and know what we're talking about, Orphéon. Juniper berry, jasmine, powder notes, cedar wood, and powder notes, cedar wood, and tonka. Yeah. So it only lists these 5 notes. The jasmine is very floral. But it does not go feminine. I would think a man who might be looking for something masculine at first spray might think it's feminine. Once you give it a minute, I think any genderism on this one goes away. I think this is perfectly gender neutral.
Yeah.
We'll get Margie's opinion in a second. But I kept, as I've been smelling it, it's like, to me, that jasmine is obvious, but I'm like, it's more than jasmine. They only list jasmine, but it's more than jasmine. And suddenly it hit me like I'm getting geranium. And I looked up, again, that's not listed. I did look at the notes on Parfumo. They list a lot more notes. I don't know where those come from. Is it just through the people who contribute, maybe? Because they don't list any other notes on the Diptyque site. But they do rose. A lot of people say rose. So I do think there may be a rose note, but as we know, rose is often composed with geranium. I feel like if it's rose at all, it's a very geraniumly composed rose.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that works in perfectly with the jasmine to really keep it interesting. And I feel like it's a geranium that you might get in a men's fougere, that type of deal. But then you put the jasmine on top of it, you get the juniper berries on it, and it's a fresh, clean, powdery floral that anybody can wear. I think it works very masculine on a guy. I think it would be sexy on a woman too, or clean sexy, not like
Exactly.
right.
Yeah, the jasmine is not an indolic jasmine. It's like a clean jasmine. But so I went today to go smell it at Neiman Marcus, and I had no expectations at all. I felt like it was going to be something light, wearing, but I really had no idea what I was going to smell. But so when I first sprayed it, you know how when you go in completely blind and you have no expectations, and it took me a minute to figure it out. Like I sprayed it, and in my mind was like, okay, this is like a fresh floral. But again, it wasn't like an old school or indolic jasmine. It was like fresh floral, but still I was like, okay, it was square. It was like right down the middle, unisex, right from the start for me. And then I was like trying to wrap my head or get the words for it. And I was like, fresh, spicy. That was like the first thing that came into my head, right? Fresh, spicy. And I was picking up on those juniper berries a lot. Like that's what was kind of giving it, this like, I don't know, like what does
a little zingy?
Yeah, a little zingy. Yes. Fresh, spicy. I was thinking like, yeah, zingy. Like it almost like you would almost think it's ginger, but it's not. It's juniper berries. It was like zingy, right? And but then it was soft. So I liked it because it was soft. And I was like, okay, I could maybe wear this. But like pretty quickly after I walked away, I started walking away, and then I kept, smelling it. And then there was something that took it to the masculine side for me. And I don't know what it was. I don't know. It doesn't have lavender in there, but I felt like it started going more fougere. Like it started off unisex, but then I felt like it went a little fougere then, right? And then in my head I was making the association of, a fougere, more masculine leaning. And then I was like, okay.
It's so interesting you would say that, because we did not talk about that earlier. And I specifically said, I have some thoughts that I'm going to save until we're on the stream. And you stole it already. I was going to say, this is, Diptyque calls this a woody chypre, but I would call it a floral fougere.
Yeah.
Like it is, I feel like this is.
But almost like stripped back floral fougere. Like it's not like outwardly masculine, right? Like it's, yeah.
And again, everybody's going to pick up on something different. And when you read reviews, people talk about it being woody. It's not quite so woody to me, though, but other people just say straight powder. It's powdery, but to me, it's more floral than it is powdery.
Yeah.
And the powder isn't like baby powder, which to me, I would say is in some frags that some fougères even that I don't care for when it goes baby powdery, or something like Margie, like Chanel Boy. We've talked about that.
Yeah.
To me, that has a baby powder tinge to it that doesn't appeal to me so
Yeah.
much. So when I say powdery here, it's more like maybe a
Clean.
barbershop talc kind of powder.
Yeah, that smells clean.
Yeah.
And and then the juniper berry kind of keeps it bright almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like yeah.
I think the juniper berry makes it a little bit tinged green. Yeah, bright and green tinge to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though it's not a fougere, or I would say it's not even chypre, even if they say it's woody chypre. I mean,
there's nothing old school about it at all.
Nothing old school. It's not,
No.
There's no oak moss, none that's listed. It's not oak mossy at all.
Oh.
And as we know, you need some oak moss for both a chypre and a fougere. But I feel like he took, like if you took a fougere and you start substituting, like instead of oak moss or instead of this or whatever, I feel like this wears like a fougere.
Yeah.
Like it's a deconstructed, reconstructed sort of fougere with different notes instead of,
and very soft, like somehow it's soft enough to where it could almost go like kind of feminine, at least to start with. And that's why when you brought up boy, I was like, oh, because here's what that has in it. Orphéon has tonka in it at the base. Yeah. And that's what I love about Chanel Boy, because it's like, I don't know if it's considered a fougere. I just know that it's like, kind of like, maybe fresh. I don't know about spicy. It's been a little while. But it almost smells like typically masculine, but then the tonka somehow makes boy feminine for me, which I love. You know what I mean? That tonka somehow just makes it a little feminine. So, yeah. What's funny is when I started thinking, okay, this is a little more masculine, I started thinking about, okay, how would this smell on a man? And I like it for a man because it has a clean vibe, right? But it's not like dryer sheet clean. It's like, it's a nice clean vibe, right?
Yes,
clean,
exactly.
Yeah.
There is, I did read one review on somebody, sorry, Womo. Do you guys hear Womo barking?
Yes.
You think something's going on. Womo, it's okay. So I did read somebody on Fragrantica say that it's dryer sheet clean. No, not at all. Not to me.
No, I mean, there's something like in the dry down that you go clean musk, like it popped in my head for a second, but it was not that dryer sheet kind. It was still, a diptyque, beautifully done. And I guess the perfumer is Olivier Pouchot, right? Yes.
The last name and pronunciation of it is not on the tip of my tongue right now, but yes, Olivier, who died an untimely death just this summer, just like a couple months ago.
He died at 57. So yeah, on July 10th this year at the age of 57.
And he did most of the diptyques. He did a whole bunch of diptyques.
I know, I was surprised.
And he did some other classics. He did the Mont Blanc Legend and Mont Blanc Explorer. He did the Sicily that you have.
The Eau de Soir, or not Eau de Soir, but the
Soir d'Orient.
And he actually did whatchamacallit, he did 1 million too, which I thought was interesting. But
he did 1 million and several of the flankers. Yeah.
He was super prolific. I mean, he's got a lot of perfumes in his portfolio. But he did also 34 Boulevard Saint Germain, which I love. I still want you to smell that one. I love that. I want to get like a little 10 ml. And he did this one, which is one of my favorite diptyques, and it's Eau Capitale.
That's a rose, right? I want you to go back. You need to sample again. See if can you get a sample from the diptyque place? Will they do that?
They don't typically, but I can ask.
Well, next time you go back, spray the Eau Capitale on one arm before you go in, and then when you go there, see if you feel like they share a little bit of the rose.
Okay.
Because the more I smell this, the more that
The rose
rose and geranium rose comes out to me.
Mhm. All right. Well, congratulations on your new bottle. You just got it, right?
Yes. So this arrived. Today
Yesterday,
is Saturday. I think this arrived Thursday night, and I've sprayed it numerous times since then. I have a feeling I'm going to burn through this. So this is going to be like a standard for me now. Easy. It's an easy wear. I think it's clean and classy. I think you could put this on anywhere, anytime, and smell like $1,000,000.
Yes.
Right? Do you think, Margie?
Oh yeah, totally. It's great. But it's funny because it took me a while to figure out your taste in perfume. I was still, because we don't cross over a lot, right? Some things we do. But when I sprayed that, I was like, okay, this smells like something Mr. Clean would like. So I'm starting to understand what you like. And, like your name would suggest, I think you do like cleaner things than dirty things. Like you don't like those dirty.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I wouldn't call some of these dirty at all. They're just darker, but
Yeah,
like,
even the dark stuff.
Give me the patchouli and the vetiver, of something like this. Give me, lambdamum and some smokiness. I'm all for it, but I do like a clean.
Yes, exactly.
Scent.
Yeah. No, I'm starting to figure that out.
And so, fragrance enthusiast, on this note, your question, do you prefer this over Eau Très Fraîche? Are they similar? They are not similar at all. Here is my Eau Très Fraîche. We're talking Hermes here. Very different. Eau Très Fraîche has that dirty orange. Eau Très Fraîche is fresh and clean, but in a very different way. It's more transparent and has that dirty orange note, whereas this is a little thicker, but it's not super heavy. This is not super heavy.
But it's more weighty than the Eau Très Fraîche.
It's more weighty, and it is more floral. Whereas any floral notes in Eau Très Fraîche to me are not blatantly obvious. They're not, if they're there, they're in the mix where you don't pick them out specifically. This one, the floral note to me is obvious. It's right there. So yeah, and no citrus. I mean, look, there's probably some bergamot buried in here. Everything has bergamot, but you don't. Even in the opening, I don't detect any citrus.
I agree. No citrus. It was like, and that's the thing. When I smelled it, I was like, what is that? You know what I mean? But it was the juniper berries. Once I figured out there were juniper berries in there, it was just like, okay, that makes total sense. But yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you like that.
So it's a high recommendation. Anybody who, like Marcus, like you said, Marcus, we seem to like a lot. Anybody, and fragrance enthusiasts, anybody who has liked a lot of the things that I've talked about and worn before, I would recommend highly you get out there, get your nose on Orphéon, get a sample, stop by somewhere where you can spray it, do whatever. I would never say you have to, somebody should blind buy something, but we know we all blind buy shit. And if you blind buy shit all the time in the way of stuff like I just described, I would say this would be something that you could probably trust blind buying. There's nothing offensive about it or nothing weird, right?
Yes.
So.
I agree.
What's he saying? Mr. Clean, I'm wearing cologne from the dossier. It's citrus ginger. Ginger comes out in the dry down. Do you know what it's dossier? Those are clones. Do you know what that one is cloning, Kevin? So Marcus says he's going to order it. Look at that. Awesome.
There you go. There you
go. Cool. So why does Nick, no, I'm not Canadian. Why does Nick think I'm originally from Minnesota, And Minnesotans talk a little more like Canadians, but I pretty much have lost my Minnesotan accent a while ago. Maybe it's snuck out. Is that why you thought I might be Canadian? But yeah, as Real Deal says, I'm in Chicago. So originally from Minnesota, lived in Southern California, not far from where Margie is, for a while, and then I moved to Chicago a long time ago. I've been in Chicago for quite a while. So, and now what's Udo say? Clean, have you smelled Ducita Florida Lalita? Any similarities? I've not smelled that one. Have you, Margie?
I have not smelled that one. No, I have not. It's hard to kind of like compare it to anything, the Orphéon.
Right. It doesn't compare to anything that I have or that I've smelled.
Yeah.
You noticed one on Fragrantica, I think that it compared it to, though you hadn't smelled it.
Oh.
Right? But you have an Ormond Jane, and you have a lot of Ormond Jane.
Oh, yeah, Ormond Jane. They were comparing it to Ormond Jane Zion.
That one that starts with an X. It's like Xian.
Ian, yeah. And it's funny because Ormond Jane has a very distinct, like, clean vibe. Like, they're kind of like, just very, like, kind of to the point and clean, but they're just done really well. And they have, like, this kind of, like, sophisticated kind of smell. I don't know. They have their own vibe, Ormond Jane does. But, yeah, the Zion is what they compared it to. So if you got the Zion from Ormond Jane, they're comparing it to that.
Yeah. Does anybody have Zion? And is it Zion or Zion? It's probably Zion. That sounds right. Fernando, yeah, totally. People don't talk about it in Autre Fresh very much. They always mention the cumin in the standard bearer for come on now, all the words are going through me for terre de mess. Everybody talks about the cumin in the standard for it, but yeah, in Autre Fresh, the cumin is definitely there. It's dirty. It's a little sweaty. For one that's considered very fresh, it's still a little sweaty with that cumin. Yeah. Anybody have the Zion? And did we get nobody else here? I think somebody had smelled it. Udo said this is gorgeous. Udo, do you have Orphéon or have you just smelled it? I'm wondering. But I don't think anybody else here said they have it. Were you on the stream? Where was it? That we were talking with, I think you were on it. We were talking about with On Average Joe. I invited him, by the way, not per se. I'm in a group chat with Unav, and I did before the stream put the link out there and said he should come on if he can. So he's probably busy because I know he is a rep for Diptyque. So he knows these all very well. But we were on a stream somewhere. They all blend together now. That we were talking Diptyque with Joe, and I asked him which Diptyques he thought would be best for me. And I don't remember what he said, but I do exactly. But in the back of my head, I do think he said Orphéon, because when I said the fresh and clean aspect, I'm pretty sure he was like,
say Orphéon. Yeah. I think you're right.
Oh, I think so.
Here's the thing. I feel like this is like a clean floral musky. It's like a clean floral musky, fresh kind of like fresh, spicy, clean floral musky. It's like you can't really go wrong with it. You know what I mean? It kind of fits the same bill as a musky perfume, because I think in the end you get that like not clean musk though. It's not like a nasty clean white musk. It's not. I think it would keep you smelling clean, but still interesting enough. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. It's not just, look, I have a lot of skin musk type scents here. you know, that I do like. Cartusia Uomo here, you know, a handful. I like them, but they're not. They're good, clean. They make you feel good, but they don't stand out a lot. And I do like them, but they don't stand out. Whereas this Orphéon, I think it would stand out without saying make a statement. It's not like in your face, but
Yeah.
it's not just another skin musk by any means. It's
So-
much more than.
Read Stick's comment.
Yeah, so Margie Clean, biggest red pill in FragCom is you can explore the classic fragrances and never have to go down the rabbit hole of the overwhelming new releases. They are timeless for a reason. So you can
By
wear
classic,
for
do you
the classics.
vintage?
and
By
never-
classic, do you mean vintage, or can you clarify Sticks? By classic, do you mean vintage, or do you just mean classics like Chanel Egoiste? Is that a classic? I don't know when that was
Yeah.
released. Yeah, I guess
Yeah, that's a
Huh.
classic. So I think classics maybe are okay. So like talking about Eau Très Fresh, Terre de Mes. Terre de Mes at this point,
yeah, Terre de
is-
Mes is a classic.
I would say is a classic, not vintage, but a classic, right? That you know, there's those, you know, those mainstay classics that will forever say this is always going to be awesome, whatever. But like if that's all you do, you're going to miss shit like this, though. You're like if you're, you know, if you're only gonna, but the new releases, yes, they can be very overwhelming with all the flankers and everything. But
There's so many misses too on new releases, right? There's just like
Yeah.
so many not good ones. So then you're just like, yeah.
yeah, he means staples. Like when I say like
Yeah.
Terre de Mes. Say no
Yeah.
to the vintage rabbit hole. Also, it's overhyped in my opinion. I would agree. I mean, certainly there are some that have a place. Some of them are worth it. We know in this community, there's a lot of people that put a lot of value in the vintage. And there are a few people who speak out like vintage schmintage. I keep going to try to explore vintage, hoping that I'll find some that will really speak to me, because there are a couple that are awesome that I've loved. You know, I always speak highly of vintage Giacomo de Giacomo, and you can't beat the vintage Paco Rabanne. Yeah, you know, but there are some that I just think are
Vintage
overhyped.
pop is good. Yeah.
I think the vintage wagon is there's a point where a lot of them sort of smell that. You know, the funny thing is we talk about how a lot of these modern releases smell the same. When you get a bunch of vintage in front of you and you start going through,
Exactly.
a lot of vintage smell the same.
Yes. I agree.
So I don't know. I don't think things are awesome or unique just because they're vintage. I think there's a handful that are awesome and unique that are vintage, just like there's a handful of modern ones that are awesome and unique, you know, and there's a lot of stuff in between that really is just okay or is just filling space.
I did the vintage thing so that I could understand it better. And of course, looking for, you know, something amazing. I mean, I have a couple that, yeah, they're pretty damn good, and they're better than a lot of things you can get, you know, in the store or new releases. So I think that they're few and far between though. Like, and like you said, it eventually starts smelling kind of similar, and it's like, okay, I'm good. So I think I'm good on vintages. Like Teatro alla Scala, I think that was a big winner. Paco Rabanne vintage I like. And that, what was the one I got? Oh, Estee Lauder Private Collection vintage.
Right.
That thing blows me away because the galbanum in it, it is just, it's such an old bottle, but it smells so fresh. You know what I mean? And that was a surprise because I just didn't know vintage could smell that fresh, but I guess the galbanum holds up or something. And, you know, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, galbanum is pretty potent note.
Yeah.
And it's not a light fleeting note like a citrus. So yeah, that's gonna stick around for sure. I recently received a haul of vintage decants from our good friend, the awesome Anuj. And, you know, it was really just to explore and just smell some things. And I have to say, and there's a bunch, I don't even know how many I have, like probably, let's say 20 different perfumes. And out of them, there were maybe a couple that I felt like stood out. And to me, most of them smelled like variations, or like they all have the same musk notes or whatever. Like they had more similarity, a lot of them, than I thought they had differences. And they just weren't speaking to me. So yeah, definitely I would never say vintage just because they're vintage. And I certainly have keep trying to smell for the ones that are going to stand out. I had a little vintage haul again, like a little over a year ago too. So there's been I've gone through quite a bunch of them that I just, there's very few that really stick out to me.
On the vintage? Did you not like?
Yeah. I mean, and I would say stick out enough to where I would want to own it,
Yeah.
So
I get you.
Let's see. What's
definitely
everybody talking about? I found a vintage Crétechine and Taboo, and those were worthy finds. The rest were just
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what about finding those little gems. And when you do hit on a gem, you're like, whoa, blown away, right? Because then you realize the quality of ingredients back then are like just like they're unmatched. Even with like a lot of the really good niche now, you know what I mean? Like a Papillon or Darren Allen. I mean, they're on they're on that level, but yeah, but I'm kind of done with looking for any of those. I think
I was really kind of wanting to discover something I really kind of wanted, and it just, nothing stood out. There's a few I need to re-smell. I got a number of vetiver, some classic vetivers that I need to smell again, because I've been really enjoying vetiver this year, and
try that.
I continue to keep looking for more vetiver. Speaking of which, the Diptyque Vetiverio. Is it called Vetiverio?
Did you like?
When I was at the store, I smelled that. That one is awesome too. That's on my list. That's one I'll probably want to have. Is the Diptyque Vetiverio. That one is very vetiver.
Very vetiver.
Not for people who don't like
vetiver. Very vetiver.
Very vetiver.
I got to smell that one. I think he did that with Vetiverio.
Yeah. How are you with vetiver, Margie?
I like vetiver, but I just don't think I need a whole lot of vetivers. I'm starting to think that I might like drier vetivers. Just kind of what I've heard recently, and it kind of started like helping me kind of understand, because I really like that Encre Noire vetiver. And that one's a very dry vetiver, right? And it's so good. And then I do like Guerlain vetiver, but I wouldn't tip it. I actually will wear the Encre Noire sooner than I'd wear the Guerlain vetiver. So anyway, but those are two great vetivers. Yes, I love it. I might like it more, like, I think it's good in compositions too, right? It doesn't, like some of the real like forward vetivers, it's like, okay, how many do you need forward vetivers?
I would have more forward vetivers.
Okay, you really love it then.
I do. Look, when I say forward, I do like a good supporting note or two. I have to say that my favorite combination might be vetiver patchouli, sandalwood. This is what I want, is the ultimate vetiver patchouli sandalwood combo. So right now, the one that hits that for me is Javoy's Incident Diplomatique. If anybody else knows of an amazing vetiver patchouli sandalwood combination, let me know.
Vetiver patchouli sandalwood, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's a great combination because they fill in the gaps for each of those notes. They're like puzzle pieces that fit really well together.
Interesting.
Vetiverio EDP is a very floral vetiver. You know, that's interesting. I'm going to have to smell it because I don't know which I smelled first between that and Orphéon. Like I said, I ended up buying the Orphéon, but I really liked the Vetiverio, and I don't recall it being that floral, but I only tried it the one time. I did have it on skin. But I remember thinking like it was one of the most vetiver forward frags I smelled, like unapologetically vetiver.
Do you like
I think it does use
frag?
2 or 3.
Sorry.
Do I like patchouli frag?
Do you like
Is that what you
patchouli forward frags? Yeah. That one I
Yes,
smelled the other day. This one I smelled the other day that Duncan was talking about is actually pretty good patchouli.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This,
You're gonna have to remind me. That sounds good.
Carlo patchouli nosy bee. And for some reason, it kind of gave me the same vibe as that Javoy. For some reason, there was something about like just the way it kind of performed reminded me of kind of similar to that Javoy one. But anyway, patchouli nosy bee is good. Yes.
Really likes Guerlain Vetiver Extreme, and guess what?
That's your favorite.
Udo, I like them both. I prefer Extreme. I think this is. I think Guerlain Vetiver is. It's a standard. It's classic. It's clean. It's a fresh and clean. It's easy. I think anybody could spray it and wear it. Again, anywhere. This one is sexier. If you take what Guerlain Vetiver is doing, and you said, can we make it sexier and actually make it more of a statement piece? That's what this is. What
makes it sexier? What makes it sexier? Because I got more of a woody vibe from Vetiver Extreme. Would you say it's more woody than the original?
Okay, I'm going to have to spray it.
I feel like it was.
It's. I think the vetiver is stronger. The vetiver is more forward, for one.
It's a little darker.
Instead of being, so whereas the regular, distinguishing between vetiver the note and vetiver the perfume. So vetiver the perfume, the vetiver is buried a little more in cleanliness. And vetiver can be very clean. It's a clean vetiver, but it's buried, I think, in vetiver the perfume. The note is buried more in the other notes. Here, I think the vetiver is pushed forward a little bit and then has a thicker, like sort of more resinous and almost a little spicier nuance around it, holding it up.
Is that sweeter? Is that one sweeter?
There's a sweetness to it, but I don't think I would think of it as sweet.
Yeah.
Like you asking, yes, enough sweetness to balance the dry woods that are in it. And there are some dry woods. Just smelling it makes my mouth dry a little bit, but there's enough sweetness in it to balance that. But
Hi,
like
Yoshi.
vetiver the perfume, I think, and I'm not somebody who distinguishes daytime, nighttime, or seasonal, but I would say that's a daytime, just whatever. Whereas vetiver extreme is a little more like you're putting on nice clothes. You're going to go out for the night, and that's I think extreme works better that way. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Okay.
Yoshi's here.
It's been a
Glad
little
you're
while
here,
I saw
Yoshi.
that one. But yeah, you described it very well. That vetiver extreme for sure. I saw Yoshi.
Yeah, thanks.
He was missing from.
Kudos.
Yeah, you did describe it well, Clayton. Vetiver extreme.
Thanks. Yes. Isn't it weird? It's weird to describe. It's weird to describe smells, and it's I never know when I'm doing it. I mean, I feel confident with how I'm describing something, but I know that's what resonates to me. You never know when you're describing a scent if what you're saying is going to resonate with someone else, you know?
Yeah, I think if you know the scent well enough and then the other person knows the scent well enough, you can find some, common, some similarities to how you experienced it, at least from from the notes, right? Or even like a general feel but no, I remember it being just like you said. I'm glad Udo said it's not sweet, because I couldn't remember that part, but I do remember it being darker. So
yeah, certainly not sweet, just sweet enough to create some balance, for sure. Yes. What else do we have going on here? Oh wait,
Guerlain does seem to have a lot more feminine leaning fragrances that are just damn good. Guerlain.
Yes.
I went to Neiman Marcus earlier, or did you want to go?
Oh yes.
So yeah,
no, go ahead. I'm typing in. Go ahead and talk, because I'm typing this one into a Google so I can remember it.
No, I was just saying that I went to Neiman Marcus today to smell that Orphéon, and I sprayed it all over. But then I was like, darn, I want to smell so many other things. So I also went there to go smell, Frederick Mall, Heaven Can Wait. But before I did that, I was distracted by the Guerlain L'Art and Material line. They had like a ton of their Guerlain bottles out. And they had a new one called Tobacco Honey by Guerlain. And oh my God, it reminded me of Zoologist Bee. Like it was like super, super, like it was honey. Like it was like not cloying necessarily, but almost. But more than that, it smelled like bee. It was like the same quality, kind of. But I think the Guerlain one, anyways, it had tobacco. It was Tobacco Honey is what it was called. Anyway, it was all right, but it was a little on the sweet cloying side. Like it smelled good quality, but for me personally, it was a little too sweet. But I'm kind of like really like, I don't like sweet frags. Like if it's too sweet, I have a hard time. But you know what I did like, and I want to go in there and wear it, is what was it called? Oh, Angelique Noire, right? And it had been a long time since I smelled that. But oh my God, because like I smelled the honey tobacco and I was like, that doesn't smell like Guerlain. But then when I smelled the Angelique Noire, which is like supposed to be like a green vanilla scent, I think, that one took me right back to Guerlain. I'm like, that smells like a Guerlain, the Angelique Noire. And it has that same vanilla as I think as Shalimar. Like, it has that same vanilla to it. This was only just from sniffing it today, so I could be way off, but that's what came into my head. But, it's supposed to be a green vanilla. It may not be too sweet for me. I'll have to see, but I do want to go in there and just spray a ton of Angelique Noire and see if I like it. But we'll see, because I'm super sensitive to anything too, Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. You don't have any from that line, right? Art and Materials?
I don't have any from the Art and Material. No, man, those sales reps were on me like white on rice. I was like, really? There was 2 of them that like attacked me at the counter. I'm like, no. You know what I always tell them now? I'm like, I have 100 bottles of perfume, so you're not going to impress me. I'm just kidding.
Right.
And I'm definitely not going to buy it today without knowing it. You know what I mean? Because like most people, they'll just smell, oh, it smells good, and they'll just buy it like the first time they smell it. But you know, that's not how we roll. We have to smell it. Well, at least not me. I have to smell it a lot of times before I'm going to splurge for a full price bottle. But anyway, so but yeah,
Well, yeah, especially for those.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Yeah. You know, I smelled Orphéon once. I came home 2 hours later. I'm ordering it. So, but I had it on skin, and you know, it's rare. It's rare that I put something on my skin and I sample it, and it haunts me for hours. Where I'm just like, this is amazing. I gotta have it. You know, like that. It's
sometimes you
rare
just
that
know
that happens.
Yeah.
So, and a couple of people have showed up. I saw DDLD, I think, earlier.
Oh,
I missed some comments, but hey, Joe,
Hey,
glad you're
guys.
here. I know
Thank
you were
you.
doing some things earlier. I don't know if you're home yet, but the link is over in our chat if you want to come on. And let's see, Kevin, Mr. Clean, Margie, what's your biggest projection fragrance that you wear?
Projection fragrance. Let me think about that.
Yeah. What?
Projection. See, that's really tough for me because I don't spray very much. But if I had to pick, let me think about this. That is a good question.
It is good. I don't know.
Projection. Now I want to know for myself.
There were some big projectors that I don't like that I guess I'm not even going to consider. I pulled out about 20 perfumes last week, and I put in a box. There, some are cheap and some were expensive, but I just put them in a box, and I don't even want to look at them anymore because they're taking up mental space for me because I'm just not going to wear them. But there's some big projectors in there, and offhand, I can't tell you. But of ones that I'll actually wear, I would say Ganymede.
Yeah, Ganymede.
That's kind of a beastly projector. I put that on and went to a movie earlier this year, and it was almost a little much for me to sit in my own smell of Ganymede for the course of a movie.
It's relentless. Ganymede is relentless. It is just like, if you want something that's relentless and it's going to hold up, and it smells good, but for me, it kind of goes on for a little too long, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, Ganymede. That's
It's so hard to keep that bottle shiny.
Yes. Gucci Guilty Absolute is pretty strong, but I don't know about. Here's the thing about projection.
Oh yeah.
I'm never around anyone, so I don't know.
Exactly. Now
I smell myself.
Yeah, I would say this is probably a projector, but you know, not crazy. Here's the thing: is a lot of the modern materials that are well known for projection are ones I don't like, so I tend to avoid them. The amberwoods.
See, that's the thing.
So non-amberwood projectors, you know.
You know, because if you think about it, like, aren't projectors usually that's like some kind of synthetic that pushes it out? You know what I mean? Versus like something that's like niche, more quality. Maybe those have like, you know, they sit closer to the skin. I don't know, but like I said, I have to be around people for them to for me to realize it's a projector, and I'm just never around anyone.
Is Ganymede or Bois Imperial a bigger projector? I have both. I would say, boy, it's close. I would say Ganymede maybe. I don't know, actually. I don't know.
Pull it out. Don't you have Bois Imperial?
Yeah, but I don't want to. I'm not going to.
No, not spray it. You could just smell it and remember it.
Well, I remember the smell. I just don't remember how it projects.
Oh.
I mean, they both have Akagala. So
Akagala wood. Okay.
Yeah. So it's
maybe that's what makes it. I have no idea. One spray to the back. Yeah.
Nick says Ganymede is an abomination and the perfume should be clean. I disagree. I really
Mr.
like
loves
it. However, as much as I love Ganymede, honestly, it's not something I can wear very often, or that I do wear very often. But I know I will. You know, there's sometimes you buy a frag and you kind of like it at first, and then you realize I'm not wearing it, and maybe I'm
Yeah.
not wearing it because I don't like it so much. No, actually, I really love Ganymede, but there's just no way I will have opportunities
I
where
think
I'm
it
really
has
going to
a,
want
I
to wear
think it
it.
has a good smell, but like I said, it's relentless. Like it is just like with you for so long.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know, again, Gucci Guilty goes that way, absolute. But not. I don't think too much. I think I don't think it's
Yeah.
it's not. You know, I would wear Gucci Guilty Absolute every day as a daily scent, way before I would even wear Ganymede even weekly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Ganymede's a big beast of a beast. For sure. Yeah, I don't even know how to answer the question about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. And maybe it's because super huge projectors, maybe there's something to it that we just don't lean towards perfumes that are such
Mhm.
massive projectors
Yeah.
for whatever it is that make them project like that. I don't know.
I want to say that I don't want to always talk about Chanel, and I'm not like a Chanel snob or anything like that. But what I will say is that they smell amazing, but almost just as important is just how they wear. I feel like those kind of jump off my skin, and and they wear so beautifully. Chanel. Did I tell you I wore what was it? What's my sandalwood one? Bois d'Ile. I wore Bois d'Ile the other day, and I went to the store, and like the same kid who helps me all the time, he's like, you smell like baby. What do you say? Loves baby soft.
Loves baby soft.
Which was weird, but the funny thing is, I was a little self-conscious going in there, and I had only sprayed Bois d'Ile like twice, and I had just sprayed it, but I was a little self-conscious because I'm like, damn, this thing is like projecting. Like I had a whole scent bubble around me with the less exclusive Bois d'Ile, 2 sprays, and then I went in there, and sure enough, he's like, you smell good. I'm like, thank you, but I'm like, it's a Chanel fragrance. It's not Love's Baby Soft. I'm kidding. You mean I could have bought Love's Baby Soft for so much less money?
Right?
Anyway.
Maybe you do. Do you have Love's Baby Soft? I'm
gonna have to get it now.
You should.
Now I know.
You
I just
should.
want to know.
Maybe you'll
It has to be the sandalwood. Maybe there's some kind of sandalwood note in it that he's associating. Anyway, my point is that I think that Chanel fragrances, even if they're not like, you wouldn't typically think of them as a beast or projectors, I think that they are, in fact, because they're well made, and they kind of lift off the skin and the aldehydes, and you know what I mean, kind of carries it through the air. But so that's my answer.
Are you sticking to it?
I'm sticking to it. Yes.
Fishfinger Reaper wants to know if we've tried another 13. Can't make up his mind. Yes, we both tried it.
I need to try it again.
I tried it twice. I actually just tried it the same day I went and found the Diptyque. And I don't know, I think a lot of people like it, and we're talking about Le Labo here. Yes. I think most people would know that. But I have to say, another 13, I think it's aight. But I'm not super impressed, mostly I think because spicy take. I'm just not super impressed with Le Labo overall. I mean, I've smelled the majority, if not everything that they have, and I've smelled most of them twice on different occasions, at least 2 occasions, and never once did I ever want any of that on my skin, or enjoy wearing it, or think this is amazing, or like, oh, this is really good. I'm just kind of meh on all the Le Labos. What do you think, Margie?
Yeah. I don't know. They seem expensive for what they are. But I will say, if there's one that really blows me away, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I sniffed a bunch the other day because I smelled that Myrrh 55 or whatever it's called, which I need to wear that on skin. But just smelling it on the strip, I was like, this is not myrrh. That was my impression. It smelled like kind of sweet. It was weird. But I need to wear that one on skin, the myrrh one. What else did I smell? Oh, what was the one that kind of smelled like a jazz club? It was actually pretty decent. I think it was called Tobacco something by Le Labo. It reminded me kind of like not Spice Bomb, but it smelled like it was like a jazz club, just how he described it. And then the patchouli one I think I liked.
Yeah,
so
I tried.
I need to wear them.
Yeah.
I think I need to wear them on my skin, but I never give them a shot because I'm always like distracted by other counters in there. They're not like first on my list to explore because I feel like they're expensive and a little like kind of like, but I will say everyone seems to like Another 13.
Yeah.
So
look, I don't think there's anything horribly wrong with Another 13. I just didn't, I don't know. It doesn't move me in any way.
That's the thing. If it's just a musk, I won't spend that much money on just a musk. For me personally, if that's what it is. Yeah, Udo says, in general, never been a fan of Le Labo, and I'd smell Another 13 a few times and felt nothing. Oh, and all of a sudden recently I smelled it and purchased a bottle almost immediately. Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, I think Rudy likes it. Time to musk up. And
yeah, I think Rudy likes a lot of those, right?
Yeah, and he likes musks, I think. And I think that's what that is, Another 13. But you know what he told me about the other day was Chanel 1957, and that's a good musk. It's interesting, but don't just go out and buy it. You have to like wear it a few times to see if it works for you. Because sometimes those musks, I realize you kind of go like a nosmic to them or something. So I'm just chit-chatting.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I have several musky, like clean musks here, and they're nice, and I like wearing them sometimes, but they don't really stand out. I don't think there's much to say about them after they're on you for a little while,
I'd love to smell musk 25, but yeah, that's a city exclusive. I think it's a Los Angeles city exclusive. 3 times, the first 2 times I could not smell it at all. The third time it was really good. Yeah, I think that's how musks are. Like the first time I smelled Chanel 1957, which is a musk, I sprayed it and I was like, oh my God, I was in love. I called Mr. Clean. I'm like, this is so good. I'm like, this is so sexy. I want to smell it on a man. And then I sprayed it another time and it was like I could hardly get it. And then I started picking up some like cleaning kind of vibe, like it started going a little too clean. So I think musks are tricky. I really think they're just tricky.
I certainly like a good musk, but I do think I want a little something more attached to the musk, so yeah. But I don't know. But overall, like Le Labo, well, you and I, neither one of us have really been that impressed with Le Labo.
It's not been something I've gravitated towards. So I'm very much distracted by other houses when I go into the store. But yeah.
I gotta try this 1957.
It's good. I have a decant of it, or a pretty good size sample of it. I'll send this to you. I think that's it. Oh yeah, this is it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I went anosmic to it too, Taffy. I went anosmic to it too. That's
you
scary.
were so excited about it that first night you worked. Like so much so you were about to buy it right away.
I was like blown away when I first smelled it. It smelled like sexy and somehow just like, oh, it was almost like balmy or like on my skin, and I was going crazy and I kept sniffing it. But I think that happens too with musk. You're like driving your nose in your arm, and then all of a sudden you can't smell it. At least that's what I notice I do. But shoot, Kills Musk is good, I think. I mean, if you're looking at musk, I don't know. I don't know, I tend towards other things, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's a, you know, how a lot of houses have a DNA,
yes.
Guerlanod, you know, Chanel's aldehydes, you know, on and on. And Le Labo, when I was smelling all those Le Labos the other week, I was like, there's a through line. Like there's something, like they all smelled, basically they all smell like a flanker to one another in some way. Like they all, you can tell they're in the same family.
No, they definitely have, and
DNA. I think whatever that DNA is that's through all of the Le Labo is, I just don't really respond very much to it.
Yeah.
So.
And I will say, I think Santal 33 got so popular because it was so different at the time, at least in my experience. Because when I smelled that on a girl for the first time, she was like a sales associate at Nordstrom, and I was like, I stopped in my tracks. This was before I was into perfume, but I stopped in my tracks and I'm like, what are you wearing? Because it smelled so good, but it smelled different. And I think that's why some perfumes just blow up, because if they smell different than anything, I need to smell that on my skin, Michelle. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm not giving up on that one yet, on Myrrh 55. But I think when something smells different, they can, really become popular. Yeah. So, all right, I'm going to go and spray that. I could literally go to the mall every day. Stream is weird.
It's so funny that you would say this right now, Fish Finger Reaper. The Frag stream is weird talking frags. Literally, right before I saw your comment, I was thinking, wow, okay, we've been talking frags for an hour and a half here, which is fine. Hopefully we're not boring. Hopefully this has been interesting.
Yeah.
Chose to hang out.
Or anyone still on the chat?
But I feel like the biggest reason why that's about all we're talking about right now is because it is just us, and we certainly can talk about some other stuff. Yeah. And if another guest wants to come on, we'll certainly, it'll go some other directions. But let's I am gonna shift it a little bit here and just see what happens, Margie, and put you a little bit on the spot. While at the same time talking about both of us.
Be careful.
I know. So thank you, Christy. Christy says we're not boring.
Oh, thank
you. Kevin says I'm actually learning quite a bit. And Mr.
That's awesome.
Okay, good. No, and you know what? We know Margie loves talking about frags. I like talking about frags too, but you get to a certain point, I think, in a stream where if you're only talking about frags, like it's an hour and a half now, call it an hour and a half, week should be done. But if we want to hang out for a few hours, I do think we have to talk about more that's not frags. And Margie, are you getting a water refill or a Coke or something? She's disappeared on me. Fernando says, not boring for sure. You have a steady audience between 30 and 40. Thanks, Fernando.
I needed a soda.
Okay, yeah. So that's sort of what I wanted to talk about.
Coke Zero.
Many of you are used to, most of you guys know now that I haven't been drinking for a couple months. I'm about 2 months, 2 months into being sober here. And some of you know, I don't know if everybody knows, that Margie is now about 9 or 10 days. No, about 10 days.
Yes.
I think you're 10 days now.
Yeah.
I think coincidentally, our sober day is both Tuesday is Tuesday for both.
Yes.
So, so right now, I mean, back in the day, you guys were used to seeing me fairly getting toasted on stream, even whether it was obvious or not. At this point, it's probably pretty obvious. And you're used to Margie sipping on wine and being fairly toasty, whether you knew she was half drunk or more than that or not. But here we are both sober. So this is right now like the most sober stream in FragCom.
Whoa.
Who would have thunk?
I know.
Who would have thunk it?
Yes.
Margie and Clean with the most sober stream in FragCom.
You're a bad influence, Clean. I'm blaming you.
Good. That's a good thing. Now, Marcus saying Margie has magical powers when she's tipsy. Yeah, but let's not try to convince her, that.
No, I'm not going back to it.
Yeah. So she is Margie. So let's talk about that. Margie has told her story on Eugene's stream a couple times, but nowhere else. So last time you were on my stream was my birthday. Was it my birthday stream or was it after that?
I don't know.
Because my birthday stream, you were still drinking. I'm trying to think. Have you been here since? I didn't stream last week.
So
the week before, because I think it was after. It was after the Tuesday after, I think, the last stream you were on of mine that you stopped drinking. So why don't you tell your story, Margie, about feeling better and why you're not drinking, whatever, to the amount of personal part that you're comfortable with anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll tell my story. So I think that, I guess I started drinking a little bit more than I was comfortable with over the last year, definitely. Yeah, drinking does suck. So, I started drinking more than I was comfortable with. And I was in this spiral because it was I was drinking because I was having anxiety, really, bad anxiety. And that had to do with, I think, COVID, everything I just went through in the last 2-3 years anyway. Divorce, COVID, job stuff. And I was having this ridiculous amount of anxiety, which I've always had, but it was just, and then I was in this mode of not going anywhere, just being home, right? And then socializing a lot still because we're doing this, right? We're doing live streaming and then I, have a drink to take the edge off. And so anyways, it just became a bad habit. It really did. And then it was starting to affect me the next day. That's when, I think then you're I gotta, do something different, because when it affects you the next day, that's just never good. You know what I mean? Because you just don't start fresh. You don't start your day fresh with all the possibilities. You're already kind of just not feeling great. You know what I mean? And then the next day you're having more anxiety. So that's okay, Marcus. And everybody's got to figure that out for themselves. So this is not even, but if anyone, best ideas drunk, I don't have my best ideas drunk, but, look, it's fun. Here's the thing.
Yes.
I like to have fun. I like to have a good time, and I don't have any responsibilities other than just to work, right? So I don't have, family or kids or any of that. So I just was in this place where I was every day was a party. It was oh, you know what I mean? So, but I just wasn't feeling well, and I started to notice that, I just started feeling really crappy. So I stopped cold turkey, but oh my God, to get myself to stop, it was not easy. It was this whole mental dilemma, because you think you're not going to have any fun. At least that's what I thought. I thought, I am not going to have any fun ever again because I'm not drinking. You know what I mean? So,
and it's not true at all.
No, it's not true. I mean, here's the thing. Here's what is true is you do have moments where you're maybe not as perky or silly, and so it's not a party all the time, so you kind of have to roll with those moments where you're like, you know, but everybody has that, their ups and downs, right? So so that's been interesting. But no, but I feel so much more calm, and that's the crazy thing. Like I just feel more calm without the alcohol. So it was
Yeah, me
actually
too.
doing the
And
opposite.
yeah,
Yeah.
you and I can tell you, you know, Margie and I, as many of you know, we know each other well and have for quite some time, and we've we talk a lot. And I will tell you, when she says she's a lot calmer without it, I'll tell you, like, what you don't see on camera on a stream, like the Margie that I know off stream, yes, a lot calmer, for
Yes.
sure. Yes,
Yeah.
and I'm a lot calmer. People used to know me as, like, I'd get a little crazy sometimes on stream, and like I'd rant and right?
No, it's proven
I
to
don't
make
know.
you
Pretty
angry.
chill now.
Alcohol can make you angry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's pretty amazing. Now, when I do get, yeah, there's a time and place for a drink, and maybe I'll get there sometime. I started drinking water and wine glasses, surprising that helped a bit. Yeah. Because I mean, a lot of it is the whole, you know, like routine that you do, the whole, what is it called? Like the ritual of like getting a wine glass and having the good wine. And of course, and I was like treating myself as like, oh, this is a good bottle, you know, but, yeah, it's just, it's a mental thing for sure. It's mental, but then it was physical. I was feeling it physically, and I was like, okay, this has got to stop. I'm not 20 years old anymore. I can't be doing this crap. I have to act like a responsible adult. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, so
Right?
I am very happy. I am very happy. So the
she's
silly
not a
thing
crazy
is,
bitch, so it's Scott
what?
Strings.
She's not a
Sure.
crazy bitch sober. Is what's that's funny. It did. You were saying that in a way.
Yeah, pretty much. Margie is a lot more calm. We're both. These are two people that are a lot more calm and chill these days.
Yes.
So
thank goodness.
yeah.
But yeah, so I just gotta. Well, I was gonna say maybe one day I'll go back to having a drink, but I don't even want to go there. I don't trust myself with it. I feel like I'm gonna have to be like a cold turkey kind of girl. LaCroix is crystal champagne glass.
And
Ooh.
yeah,
That's
it is.
true. It would look
It
pretty
just
too. I have a crystal champagne glass. Yeah, I do.
yeah, but you know, maybe like for a dinner party or something. But like if you
It's
if you
fun.
start.
Oh God,
Yes, if you start drinking sparkling water
can't
from a
have fun
champagne
anymore.
glass on stream, people actually just think you're actually drinking, and then they'll
Oh,
not
that's
believe you.
true. They're like, she's drunk again. No, I'm kidding. Yes, so that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Yeah, physical routine of holding a glass. Yeah. There's all these things, you know, you try to, it's just interesting how much of it is just, you know, routine and kind of just, you almost feel like at one point you're like, okay, I don't have control over this anymore. And then it's just like, then you're like, oh, okay, now there's a problem. So, yeah, so I'll just not have anything.
Yeah, I think we're both. Yes.
Well, I'm actually getting help.
Exactly.
So it's not like I'm just that strong and like not drinking. I actually am going to, what is that? Are you playing music?
I just put on the background music. I don't know which one I hit though.
Let us know if you like the background.
You can keep
music.
talking.
No, I was just gonna say it's I'm actually like, you know, I went to go get help. Like I didn't just like white knuckle it. So just know that you can go to the doctor and they'll give you stuff to help you, like so that you can't drink. You would get really, really sick if you drink. And to chill you out. So because guess what? Getting off alcohol has like physical implications too if you're, you know, if you were drinking enough. So yes, guys, I was at a not good spot, but I'm just glad that I seem to have pulled myself out just in time. Just by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, you did ask doctor for some help, but I think that's great that you did, but honestly, I don't think you've really needed that help, but it's good that it's there for you.
Exactly. It's more of just like a safety blanket, like so that if I do feel weak, it's kind of, but it's a process. It's physical and mental, right? So yeah, well done. Tough, especially when you're going through a slightly stressful time. Yeah, if you're not used to having it. Yes. That's why it took me a little while to feel like, okay, that's it. Like you just have to, like you can't, but it's a choice you make. Am I going to end up, here or there? And that's the thing, like a lot of people, they have families and they've maybe gotten a DUI or they lost their family due to the alcohol. You know what I mean? A lot of people lose a lot of things. And I hadn't gotten to that point to where, I feel like I just try not to get any deeper into it. So.
Yeah. And this concept though about, stressful times and drinking was, the thing is, you feel the stress more when you've been drinking.
Well, yeah, right? That's the crazy
when that alcohol has been in your system, it just makes it worse. It just becomes this cycle. And once you sort of stop drinking for a while, some of those things, that stress and the anxiety, they're not there on the same level that they were. They're not, they're much more manageable.
Yeah.
Right?
So, okay, enough about that. Yeah. Well, I just don't want to like trigger anyone or like, some people may not be in a place where they, speaking of addictions, like buying a lot of shoes.
Right. So this is now. See, this segue.
See, I tend to get addicted to things.
She buys not just a lot of shoes, but a lot of clothes and a lot of perfumes.
Perfume. Well, perfume.
So Margie is kind of an addictive.
One addiction at a time. I've got to get rid of one addiction at a time.
Yes. So, but speaking of shoes, Margie.
Yes, I'm wearing.
You're wearing this really cool Pulitzer outfit. Love the colors and the print.
Thank you.
Shoe of the day. What's your shoe of the day with this outfit?
I am wearing a wedge. Okay, so I'm going to try this because I was playing around the other day. Hangovers especially are absolutely terrible. I know. Hangovers are the worst. And then like the whole laying in bed thing because you feel like crap, right? Like there's just nothing good about it.
Exactly.
So, yeah. All right, guys. So I'm going to show you my shoes. I was playing.
We'll get a full length of this outfit too.
I'm going to try to, if I can do it. I'm wearing wedges. Surprise, surprise. Woo! Dropping stuff. All right, guys. Here is the dress. See if I can give you the shoes, though. And I got my little furry thing again.
I like the furry thing.
Do you like the furry thing? Okay, let me see if I can show you my shoes. They're wedges. No.
Right. There.
You see them?
Yes.
Wedges. You can't really see that they're scalloped wedges, but
scalloped.
Scalloped.
Where are the scallops?
Like on the top. You can't see them though. See, look at.
Oh, I think I can tell. I think I know what you mean.
Yeah. Anyway. And my dress. And it has pockets.
Pockets. We all love pockets. You need the pockets. Now, Marcus said, the painting looks great on Margie's wall. Mr. Clean is truly kind of, God damn, you did a great job. Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah, you did do a good job, Mr. Clean.
Thank you.
And I did a pretty big haul the other day of perfume, but we can talk about that later. But thank you. I do like these shoes. They're comfortable. They are quite comfortable.
Yeah, I was wondering which you were going to go with that pink if you were breaking out the pink shoes, but I think it makes sense to put the neutral tone, to bring the neutral tone to the pink dress.
God, everything is pink right now in the store because of Barbie.
Yeah.
Barbie really made an impact on fashion, that's for sure. But it's fun. I love pink. I didn't realize I liked it so much. But you know what? It's not, I don't like soft pink. I like hot pink and fuchsia. Like this. This kind of pink.
Yes, yes. And that pink that's in the pillow is actually in the painting there somewhere too, in a couple spots.
Oh yeah. Look at, wait.
Might be hard to tell on the little
Yeah, I gotta pick it
camera.
up. So yes.
But looks like we have the Whiskey Reaper in the house.
Oh boy.
Saying he wants the background music off. I actually just turned it down a little bit. I can't tell from here. I don't hear it much, so I don't know. On my StreamYard, I don't think I'm hearing things at the same level that you guys hear. So, but I did just turn it down.
Want the music on or off? Just tell us. On.
And I can't hear it so much that I don't even know which one I'm playing. So. Yeah, should I turn it off or should I make a different selection? How do we feel about that? Sometimes I feel like, because we're both kind of chill, like in our quiet spaces between the things we're talking about, that is just really quiet. So that's why I put the music on.
Do you know that I'm still on big screen?
Oh, I totally forgot. No. What it's so weird because we speak on FaceTime a lot, that when you're here and I put you on the full screen, I forget because it's just like when I'm talking to you on FaceTime.
Barbie fragrances, interesting. Well, some people are doing videos on what a Barbie frag would be.
I feel like there might be one.
A Barbie fragrance?
Maybe.
Does it smell like cotton candy? And lipstick?
That would make sense. I don't know. Oh wait, Zara Barbie. Oh yeah, see, Zara's Barbie perfume.
Wait, oh my gosh. I wonder what's in there.
You're right, Fernando. Look how nice and polite that was with Reaper.
Hey, Gerard.
Udo with Margie with that Chanel lipstick. Oh, were you making it obvious that it was Chanel?
I wasn't trying to, but look at how cool Chanel lipsticks are. They just go, you push it like this and it pops out. But check out this color, speaking of pink. This is Chanel, it's Intense 45. And it's like their, look at that color. How bright it is. I love Chanel lipstick colors. Yes.
That, and you like your Chanel and your Tom Ford lipsticks, right?
Yes. Actually, I might even like Tom Ford lipstick more, but I like Chanel colors a lot. But formulation-wise, Tom Ford lipsticks are the best. Gerard's here. That handsome young man.
Yeah, welcome, Gerard. Good to see you, Gerard. Thanks for being here.
Yes. He's been
what are we talking about? Slutty 80s?
Slutty 80s. Were the 80s slutty?
Yeah,
they're probably less
for Marcus
slutty now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose in that with each decade you go back, and I think the 80s and early 90s, there's shit that you would just never do now that you couldn't get away with that you could then. And when I say get away with, it doesn't mean that you should have been doing it necessarily, but there were just things that probably made it more slutty.
80s was a wild time. I feel like that was like a very, like, people had money and they were partying, right? So yeah, at least that's what I think. And this fashion then was crazy. Blondie follows me here. I'm gone.
Yeah, I rocked some 80s fashion for a couple of years.
My aunt was all about the 80s because I grew up with my aunt, and she used to wear like the Madonna lace gloves. She looked like Molly Ringwald. Do you remember her? The redhead
Of course. Yes,
girl.
of course.
My aunt kind of looked like her. But
And how old is your aunt?
so she's 10 years older than me. So I remember
She's my age. So yeah.
Yeah.
So we were like the same age then. So
I just remember watching her like all the time because she, like I said, she was like an older sister, and I just remember her total 80s vibe. It was cool. Like she did the makeup like kind of, I don't know, it was a cat eye kind of. The curly hair. She had the lace gloves. I just feel like you know what, the 80s fashion was fun. I think it was a lot of fun.
yeah, it was. I mean, some of it I guess because I was in the middle of it and we saw so much of it, and 80s fashion was so bold and it was pretty in your face.
Yeah.
That now, like when I see old stuff from the 80s now, rather I don't really get nostalgic for it. It's almost too much for me now.
Yeah. Well, and right now the 90s are in fashion big time. Like just going around the mall today, I saw some girls that looked so 90s. It was like tripping me out. I felt like I was having like a time warp or something, you know, because they're young girls and they're dressed like totally 90s.
When I think 90s fashion, the only thing I think of is grunge look, you know, and big baggy and you know, flannelly and stuff like that.
No, there's definitely a look to it. I think they're like higher waisted jeans, like light wash or like acid wash, like higher waisted jeans. Kind of like even like the crop tops, I think, yeah, because crop tops were popular when I was younger too. And wow, it's just so weird. Like I saw this girl today and it was like I felt like I was back in time. It's crazy.
80s Mr. Clean, a picture with Flock of Seagulls haircut. You know what? I did do that one time. I would do I did have fairly long hair at some point, like where it could be my hair when it was, I had a full head of hair, believe it or not. I had good hair when I had hair. But I did on certain occasions, I even would use glue. I would use a watered down glue and just get the hair out. And I did between glue and hairspray and gel, you know, on a normal day, it was gel in my hair. But on certain occasions, I would go a little crazy. So I did do some of that stuff. Certainly, you know, I was an featured extra on set every day for the entire production of Prince movie. I've told the story before. Some of you know it. You know, I was from Minnesota, and you know, Prince's places in Minnesota. So Graffiti, the movie Graffiti Bridge, movie that pretty much nobody saw. George Clinton, P-Funk, you know, was in the movie. Mavis Staples. It was kind of cool. It was not a big hit though, but there was some good music in it. But for that, we definitely decked out every day in what we wore and our hair. That's for sure. So if you look at extras in Prince, in any of the Prince movies, you know, I was kind of doing some of that stuff, even on just regular days or when I'd go out to a point. Not all the time, but, you know. So, yes, I rocked it, you know. I made it work for me in the 80s, that's for sure. But thank you, Marcus. Wait, so Marcus was a kid in the 80s, started masturbating during the 90s. That's kind of funny. What do I have on you, Marcus? Do I have like 20 years on you or so? Marcus, how old are you? To be honest, Mr. Queen.
Nick S says he loves Art Deco stuff. I do too. I love Art Deco.
Yeah. You know who does great like Art Deco style labels?
Who?
Rogue.
I know. Yeah, Rogue. Yes. They are Art Deco, especially the green one. But yeah, they're both kind of Art Deco kind of vibe.
Yeah.
I love all of that, but I've never like decorated with it. But I do like, sometimes I'll get dresses that look kind of like Art Deco. You know, that style. I love it. I'm a dog, Margie Noire. I can't get these women off me. Sure, Reaper.
Why is he addressing that to you?
I don't know. He's just random.
Yeah.
Reaper's kind of random. You just never know. He keeps you guessing. Like, you just never know what he's gonna say.
Okay, Marcus. So yeah, I've got 14 to 15 years on you. I only just turned 57. So, and Margie's got like 4.5 years on you or so. 4 years. By the number 4 years.
4
Just
years.
depends on when everybody's birthdays are, right?
Yes. Old lady.
So, nice. Bring him on. No, Reaper, if you're saying bring him on, meaning Reaper. Reaper's, I told Reaper
Could come on.
last time I streamed that he could come on, and I think he said he will not come on. He will not grace Fragcom's presence in any Fragcom streams. He might have said unless it's for money. I think Reaper is broken. I think he's looking for somebody to pay him to be on the stream, maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, it's somebody's birthday. It's Kevin Conwell's birthday today.
Ooh,
He just turned 61. Happy birthday, Kevin.
Birthday, Kevin.
Happy birthday. So, all right, yeah. So, Kevin, you've got 4 years on me. Mr. Smelly broke Reaper's heart. Happy birthday, Kevin. Kevin, where are you? You don't have to be specific. You can keep your privacy, but like what part of the country, world, or major city are you in or nearby? Or
you should have an interactive like globe, so that when someone says where they're from,
let's do that right now. Looks like we have like 30 people in here. Everybody put in the chat
God, that was so cool. Okay.
As close as you want to get. If you want privacy, be as general as you want, but what city, state, and or country, like if you're out of this country, include the country. Kevin's in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Tulsa, Oklahoma. No one's wanting.
You guys know I'm Chicago. No, Margie is, we say Southern California, keeping it general. I think Orange County. I think we know.
Try to find me. Come and try to find me.
He's in the OC.
Just kidding. Southern Virginia, Christy is. Nick S. Nottinghamshire, England. Wow.
Nottinghamshire.
That sounds fancy.
Isn't it? Well, Nottingham, isn't that where that's where what's it called? What's that?
Oh, the royal family?
No, I just went
I don't know. Tell us what's in Nottinghamshire.
Just went blank on a classic. That guy, isn't he like a swordsman or that stole from the rich?
Robin Hood?
Robin Hood. Isn't Robin Hood from Nottingham Forest? Is that Nottingham? Yeah, Robin Hood. Robin Hood is Nottingham, isn't he?
I don't know these things.
Okay,
Marcus,
so wait, let me get back. We've got, of course, Marcus in Helsinki, Finland. Udo, is that Michelle? Did you say? Is Michelle?
Yeah.
Is Brooklyn.
I want to go
in the
visit.
house.
It's cool.
Sometimes Stockholm.
And I want to go to New York.
And sometimes Seattle. Really interesting.
Interesting.
NV, the Netherlands in the east, near the German border. Yeah, Chrissy
So
Robin.
freaking cool.
And the sheriff of Nottingham. Yes. So gold label, middle of smaller size Texas state riddled me now. Wait. Middle of a smaller size Texas-like state. Oklahoma.
Middle of a smaller size.
Okay, LAHOMA.
Riddle.
Oklahoma, you're okay. Let's see. Nicasium, Robin Hood.
That's one. I don't know. You got me on that one.
April Spritz is it's Sunday morning where he is, which is so.
Yes.
Like Australia, or we know Kai first is in Malaysia, and it would be Sunday morning for him. And we have some Aussies we see, so he must be out there.
Marcus comes up with his stuff.
Yes.
Robin the big cock what? Hood. What? Robin? Okay, I get it now. I'm slow today. Then Sarah is
so we do have a lot of time zones here. Wait,
yeah, I'm gonna go to New York to visit Michelle. We're gonna go sniffing.
Careful, Margie. You say you tell a lot of people you're going to travel and go places.
I know. I'm horrible. I chickened out of traveling again.
We just had 2 guests show up at the same time. 2 new guests.
No way.
Ladies
no
and gentlemen,
freaking way. I already know one of them's Kevin.
No. First, we're going to bring in Amanda.
Oh, man.
Hello, you guys.
How are you?
I'm good. I just emceed my first show of the fall concert season. It's been a couple months. We did a couple outdoor festivals over the summer, but this was the first in-house.
It's like a rock band? What are they?
Well, so tonight it was 2 singer-songwriters.
Let me just pause for a second.
Awesome.
We know, as Kevin says, once Amanda starts talking, she might not stop, go on for quite some time. We'll never get in our other guests. So let me just bring
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me just bring in Joe, the DDL.
Joe, how's it going?
It's going. This may look suspect that the Delco trash showed up at the same time.
Joe, we must have been at the same place today at the same time where we just missed each other, and I'm so upset because I would have loved to bump into you.
Were you treated to an old fashioned for free?
No, I didn't go in because I had already been in there, and it's so funny because the whole Creed boutique smelled like Carmina, right? Which is all
that's the new one.
This room, just that little sample. Yeah. I do like it, but I feel like I would get sick of it very quickly.
So I like it. It reminds me of Aaron Terrence Hughes raw cherry with a lot of rose up front. Is what it. I've never
smelled that. I mean, it smells really good, but I don't know if I want. I don't think I'm paying. Is
it female marketed?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, interesting.
It is. It's very rose dominant. I mean, it has black cherry in it, and I get the cherry, but if you don't like rose, it would be a no-go for you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's like a pretty obvious classic rose kind of just
there's a to it. It's interesting in that regard because there's a real depth to it, but the rose
it's it's almost like a spicy rose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
more of like a portrait of a lady type of rose. If that
okay. Yeah,
it's not a jammy rose. It's not like it's not that jammy type of rose that was really popular. But
yes, I have. Do you know that one? Oh my gosh, it's Nina Ricci Rose Absolute, or it's that black bottle. Do you remember that one being popular? It's Nina Ricci.
Is it the Exotic one? It's like
Yes,
rose.
yes.
I've always heard
That
about
one.
it. I've never.
I have it. It is, I mean, now I'm not like, I don't prefer it now just because I have a lot of other rose perfumes, but that thing is just, ooh, it's a little much.
They were a fun staff there, but so I didn't know. I haven't been to that part of King of Prussia for a while, and I didn't know they had a Creed boutique in the mall now. And so
right next to the Shake Shack and bathrooms.
Well,
I know Nick asked. I know I'm loud as fuck. That I'm from Delco. Like, what do you expect? And I just came from a music venue, so
according to a news,
Yeah.
the restroom sign being right next to the Creed sign, according to a news, was perfect placement.
Yeah, but it's new. That Creed boutique's only been there since maybe I want to say spring.
Yeah, they said it's been under 2 months. So
really? Oh, okay. Well, summer, I guess.
So I was walking past it with my friend, and he was like, they had all the Carmina shit everywhere.
I know. I walked past it probably right before you did.
he was like, "What's this? Is this some new thing?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was like, I'm talking to him, and I was like, "Yeah, it's like black cherry with like rose laid over top." It's, and I'm saying everything I just said here. There's a depth. So the woman inside goes, "What'd you just say?" Like she hears me, and I was like, "I was talking about Carmina," and she was like, "Come in here." So we go in, and she's like, "How did you know that?" And I was like, "Well, Neiman Marcus had it. I checked it out." And so she starts talking to the other people who work in there, and she starts recommending Bois de Portugal and Arolfa and all this. And I'm going, "Oh yeah. Well," and I'm telling her shit.
Yeah.
And so then she's like, "Make him a drink." So they were making old fashions.
Now I'm pissed because they never made me old fashioned. When I went there, we did not make me
a bottle. Wow.
It was pretty cool. They were making chocolate cherry old fashions in the back. So
shit. Okay, I would have been down with that.
I would have stayed and I would have bought a bottle. Well, my old me would.
Yeah. So this was it. This is in a mall at
Creed, in King of Prussia Mall in a Creed boutique.
Well, it's like the biggest, most exclusive mall, and
I've heard of that mall. Yeah.
It's famous. For a while it was the biggest as far as retail space, I feel like, in the country. I don't think it is anymore, but
I heard it was.
So Amanda and Margie both live by top 5 mega malls in the country. Margie lives right near the fourth largest, and Amanda by the 3rd largest.
Oh, is it still the 3rd? Okay, it's still up there.
I looked it up last week.
It's amazing, and they're adding more and more to it.
From Minnesota, which has the Mall of America, which is the largest
luxury stuff. We have a lot of we have the Louis Vuitton and the Coach and the all of that. Not that I can afford Gucci. There was just a heist at Gucci. Did you see DDLD? There was a heist at Gucci a few days ago where people, but they caught them.
Oh, okay. So this particular section of the King of Prussia Mall is the newest part, and it's really like everything in there, other than Shake Shack, is high end. I mean, and you could even say Shake Shack's high end because the burgers are overpriced because they're dog shit, and they price them pretty high. But this place, like valet parking at this part of the mall, and most of the cars you see are Bentleys and Lamborghinis, kind of shit. But so every store at that end is like Givenchy, and
I'm not shopping there either for clothes, but it's still fun to to kind of experience it, and a lot of those stores have the nicer designer perfumes, right? Like Celine. Do they have a Celine in that mall?
I don't believe there's a Celine. It's a shame.
What about Dior? Is there a Dior boutique in that mall?
I think so. Because
they might have the Dior Privés.
Is there no, I don't know if they're it might be coming.
No, I think it is in that part of the mall. It's kind of
you would expect it to be for that. It sounds like a nice mall.
Yeah, I mean we've got Tiffany's, of course. Tiffany is there. We had a Zadig and Voltaire, which was really cool, but it closed. But I like it because I like the perfumes, and you can't really smell them anywhere.
Yeah.
So many years ago, I almost had my brains beaten out with a steel pipe in that mall. We were.
What did you do, Joe?
I didn't do anything. We were hired to do work there. I'll put it that way. And so we had to show up late at night after the mall closed. And this is back when, I don't know if you remember, Amanda, it was the Court and the Plaza at King of Prussia. So
I mean, I still sort of refer to them that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's actually two halves of this mall. And there was the Court and the Plaza, and then now there's this other joining thing, and so it's a whole different thing.
It's a whole thing. It's a thing.
Way back, we were hired to do some work, and we show up at the mall, and I had to be like 17, 18 years old, and all of a sudden, all of these union cats roll up on me. And the guy who hired us, the mall manager, had taken off with the boss, and they're talking somewhere, and they're like, "Where's your union card?" And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." Like, I had no idea about all this world and stuff.
Yeah.
And they had pipes and, and baseball bats, and they were like, "You need to show us your union card." And I was like, "I don't know what the fuck."
What?
So what had happened was, the mall manager tried to hire us as non-union tradesmen to do work in the mall, and they were not having it, which I understand. I understand the situation. So it wasn't on us, it was on him. But I almost got tuned up. So not tuned up in a good way either.
Not the good tune.
Not the good way. The
bad tuned up. So guys, I wasn't able to watch any of the show. What did we miss in the first couple hours here? What's going on?
We talked about frags for like 2 hours.
No,
an hour and a half. At an hour and a half, we changed and we talked about how we're the most sober stream in FragCom now, because Margie is now 10 days without drinking.
Good for you.
So, 10 whole.
Good for you. Good for you.
Margie is 10 days sober.
That counts. I didn't drink today at all. So
yeah. Well, good.
Well, I did.
So we talked about sober life for a while.
I feel better already.
And then you guys showed up. But our perfume talk focused and featured on Diptyque's Orphéon.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Because I just got it. I fucking love it. Been rocking it, spraying a lot of it. Smelled it 2 weeks ago, was captivated, went on eBay right away, found a seller who had used, I've already used as much as the seller had used.
Holy shit. Oh, I thought you were saying you already used that much.
Yeah.
Like it was when I bought, like it was,
I know, right?
It was about up to here when I got it.
Wow.
And just in like 3 days, I've used almost just as much as the seller used.
I'm always fascinated seeing. How often do you see like a fragrance YouTuber have a big old dent in their bottle anymore? Like,
yeah,
do you ever do that?
Yeah, unless it's a specific like show me your dent video. You don't. Yeah. You don't often.
But there are certain people. There are certain. It always like takes me aback when I see it though, because I'm like, wow. And there's some people that I think probably wear that much. You know what I mean? Where they're just like going for it, which is great. But I'm just saying it takes me a lot longer for some reason.
Yeah, just to circulate through is like to wear something enough. By the way, Christy, just so you know, I have. I don't want you to think that I forgot about you. This box here is like all this stuff that I'm compiling.
Did she send you stuff?
I'm wearing my bracelet, but I still have. I'll show you one of the things because I have a backup. But
Christy's great with this, by the way, because Christy and Margie had exchanged a lot too.
Yeah. I have the Bronze Goddess Nuit, that like limited Bronze Goddess Nuit, not even open backup. I'm gonna send you that. I got some Rebecca Minkoff here for you. Got some Ellis Brooklyn Fawn. Like this is just before even the decanting, so I might just send that stuff first because it's going to take me a while to decant. But Christy, it's coming. Oh,
actually, Christy, it's been forever. It's been since the stream that went to shit first.
No,
since when we had Christy on
Oh, that night.
Before
that night. Oh, gotcha. Well, she is historic now then.
You know what?
So
That
Christy,
stream, I mean, I know you guys don't like that stream, but that stream was fucking fire until it went sideways. That was a great fucking stream before things
it all went to hell.
The first
that was a
4
great
hours
stream.
And then I had to
6
take it down.
hours was really great on that stream.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was yours, Margie.
Gosh, that
But
happens
Christy
so
was on that, and that's the last time we've seen Christy. Christy, come back. Will you come and show up on my stream now on Saturdays, Christy?
I was thinking the same thing.
right?
But yeah, like, so with the fragrance stuff, I'm gonna have to film a video soon because I've been buying, I've been a bad girl lately. I've been buying, I've done quite a haul, and I found some freaking gems and I cannot wait to share them. Like good stuff for the fall. You know what
I'm like, tell us now instead.
Okay. Well, I finally got camera from what is this? Latafa.
Yeah.
Now, people were saying this is like an angel share dupe, but it's not. And Falco Fragrances was just it's so funny. He posted about it today.
What did you say his name is? Fucko
Falco
Fragrance?
What?
Oh, I thought you said
that.
I want to rename my channel now. Fucko Fragrance. I think that'll be great.
But anyway,
Fucko Fragrance.
He said exactly what I did. Like, it's not an angel share dupe, but it smells so good, and it's like $30. It smells so good.
That's what's interesting about that. I've heard people, so immediately, obviously, the comparison to angel share happened, but I hear a lot of people say they like it, that it's different.
It's different.
They dig it because of the differences, and that it's still really great.
Well, I don't need another angel share dupe because I have the real angel share somewhere, and I have the Juliana's perfume one just because I wear angel share so much, and I'm like, if I just want that smell, but I'm like going to bed and I don't want to waste my angel share, I'll just do
I think that angel share bottle is so cool looking. Do you have it?
It is cool.
Yeah, it is good.
So, yeah.
Bottle porn.
Where the fudge is it? Oh wait, hold on. It is right. And I think PDLD, it's one of his favorite. This is definitely like top 10 maybe of my collection. But see, this is round. The other one's square. This is round.
Yeah.
Fixing my hair.
So it is different. So I got that. I got the new Killian Smoking Hot, which I like. It smells very similar to Angel Share. It just has a smoky apple hookah opening, which I've never smoked apple hookah, but people were saying in reviews that it's like photorealistic or whatever you want to call it, of apple hookah smoke. It smells really good. I don't like it as much as Angel Share, and it's not as much of a banger. But there's also, I'm so excited about this. This Harlem candle company, but now they have Harlem Perfume Company. And it's supposed to be like Harlem Renaissance based, and all of the perfumes and candles and things are named after famous people from the Harlem Renaissance. So I got the Langston one. I got the smaller ones, and I got the candle of it too. It is so freaking good. And then
where'd you get that? Where'd you get that one?
Easy. On the Harlem. I think the website is Harlem Candle Company. And they've had candles for a while and home fragrances, but they came out with fragrances. I think just in August, just from going through their social, I'm on their Instagram now. They smell, if you like those smoky, boozy, unisex fragrances, like leather, boot, all that, these are so good. They smell so good, and I can't wait to wear them. So
that makes me think you're a company that did candles primarily, and now they're going into some fragrance. I walked into an Aesop boutique a couple of weeks ago. Are you guys familiar with Aesop?
Right. Yes, they have some fragrances.
So they do skincare and candles, and they in the last couple of years got into fragrances. And I have to say, I went through, I smelled all of them. I didn't take the names, and I didn't feel like I needed to leave with any but I was impressed. There were a few that I really liked that I would consider smelling again and really, exploring. But if you guys know Aesop at all,
I do,
known
yeah.
for the fragrance, but their fragrance game is pretty good, I would say. But too expensive. I think they were too expensive.
I think the liquid like hand soaps from them, which are expensive just for those.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like finding different things. I mean, it's the only way I feel like you can make any impact now with your fragrances is if you go to not even niche anymore, because niche, I feel like everything is starting to smell the same. So that's why I'm interested in like these smaller brands. Are you shoplifting these goodies? Am I shoplifting them?
Who asked that?
I've shoplifted in my life. No, I got them from I legit bought them from the website.
Oh, so
wow.
real. So this must be an Aussie because Aesop is an Australian company, and so they say Aesop's fragrances are very popular there. So that makes sense then. Yeah. So, April, do you have a favorite? What's the banger for Aesop?
The banger.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are the bangers for Aesop?
We'll see if the Aussie knows. I'm assuming this is Aussie.
I don't know. Fragrance enthusiasts wanted to know if Angel Share is feminine. It's unisex. It's not overly feminine. I think DDLD loves it, right? So
yeah, I consider it one of the greatest fragrances ever made.
Really? Wow.
You don't have to agree with me, but I love it. I love love fall. It reminds me of the fall, the booziness of it, the apple, like it's got that cinnamony kind of apple boozy kind of vibe.
I wear it on Thanksgiving. That's like my tradition.
I wear it on Thanksgiving. It would smell great on the skin. I think for me, it's a little sweet. But here's the thing: I'm super sensitive to sweetness, like syrupy sweetness. You know what I mean? Like if it's too.
Yeah, I don't think that's too.
No. That's light. That's definitely light. But I feel like I wasn't like drawn to it. You know what I mean? Just personally, just because. But I smelled it. It smelled great, and that bottle is so cool. Is the
one of the best
bottle glass? No,
you know what I got?
What'd you get?
The Gwyneth Paltrow with goop with. I love Heretic. This smells like my vagina.
Oh my gosh, no way.
So Amanda, does it smell like your vagina?
It's Gwyneth Paltrow. It smells like her.
Does it smell like Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina?
No, this is rosy and could be unisex. It's a nice rose. I love Heretic as a house. I have a bunch of their stuff. I have their home fragrance. It's a clean fragrance brand. I try to I don't know. I try to rotate. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. I try to rotate in clean fragrances every few days.
Is there anything in there that smells like her vagina or a vagina?
Well, I mean, it's rosy and nice. I have to look up the notes. Dirty amber, amazing.
You smell like your average vagina.
Dirty mango.
Chemicals there are clean. I need you to make a fragrance called "This Smells Like My Yam Bag."
I'm sorry.
And just send it out there.
This smells
amazing. Poltergeist is amazing. This brand is great.
Did you guys see the stream that Diptyque was on with Smelly when he talked about?
Oh yes,
the fragrance that smells like taint.
Talked about he said it smells like.
I missed that one, and Diptyque is
he was very specific. He talked about
this community has lost its fucking mind. Like the thing is, what I'm saying. Who is Gwyneth Paltrow? Why does she assume everybody wants to smell her vagina?
I don't like.
She really is terrible. She made a candle that smelled like her vagina, and now we have a fragrance. Like, why do I want to walk around smell, or any woman? Like, why does a woman want to walk around smelling like her clan?
I'd be curious. I want to spray it because now I kind of want to know what Gwyneth's vagina smells like.
Well, according to Amanda, Gwyneth has a very unrealistic interpretation of her vagina.
Want to know what Gwyneth Paltrow hates? She hates sunscreen. She will not wear it. She thinks it's like the worst thing ever.
What?
But interesting. Yeah. But she's this white woman.
That's what I'm saying.
Is getting because I put some sunscreen.
I don't know. I just thought like while they had a sale, it would be funny just to
No, I'm not. I'm just talking about her.
But my favorites from Heretic, I've had this a couple of years, but they still have it, is the Scandalwood one from, it's the Dita Von Teese one, and I'm obsessed with Dita Von Teese. Like she is
smell
my
like Dita
girl
Von
crush.
Teese's vagina?
No, but this is a great Scandalwood. Oh, it's like spicy and delicious, and I love it so much. It's so
If you smell like Dita Von Teese's vagina, do you smell like Marilyn Manson by default? How does that work exactly?
Right?
Oh my gosh.
What are the notes? Okay, read us off the notes of Gwyneth Paltrow's.
Okay, let me
Exactly.
let me bring this up. Let me bring this up. Okay. We're gonna investigate together, people.
Fernando, what's the deal with Nacho Vidal fragrances? I don't know. No. Anyone hear of it?
No.
No.
I don't.
See.
I've never heard of that either. But
it sounds like maybe he did the same sort of thing.
Okay, here we go. I have the notes. This just in. News at almost 11. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so it has ambrette. I know people have strong feelings about.
I love ambrette.
Okay, ambrette, rose, cedar, geranium, and bergamot. And I love geranium as I'm not normally into florals, but geranium is one I like. So it's ambrette, rose, cedar, geranium, and bergamot. It smells really good. I'm
not here to assume what you women have done, but Clean, does that sound like any vagina you've ever smelled before?
No, it does not. It sounds like a fucking perfume, not a vagina.
Yeah.
But ambrette can smell like a vagina.
Ambrette can?
Ambrettes can smell like a vagina because it has that it has like this fluffiness. What is it?
Fluffy vagina?
No. It's like a sweet. No, it's a sweet musk. Seriously, it's a sweet musk.
It is. It's musk mallow, and mallow is.
Yeah, there's.
I do get ambrette being used for something like that.
I love the beach bumps tuna note. That's still cracking me up. It reminds me. Did you see in the comments? Beach Bum said tuna note. Oh. Is there a tuna note?
I mean, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. What are we talking about here? You know, it
reminds me of the Bloodhound Gang song "Kiss Me Where It Smells Funny." Then I'm thinking of that song.
I mean,
I love the Bloodhound Gang, by the way. One Fierce Beer. Are there any Bloodhound Gang fans out there? I can recite every lyric from like One Fierce Beer Coaster, like that whole album. They're amazing.
Now, so Margie, now they're picturing you smelling strips. I mean, look.
I think it's
Margie. What did you spray?
Oh, so I sprayed this. I pulled it out because I heard someone talking about it. Hermes Rose Amazon. So I don't know if you've tried Hermes Amazon, but it's a very beautiful green fragrance. Like it's so very natural smelling green, beautiful, beautiful. This is the rose version, and it's like kind of like I think it's geranium. So I think it's has that same greenness of Amazon, but I think there's geranium. Something smells almost minty, rose. It's really good. I need to wear this more. And I'm just going to
because I know these videos are very popular on YouTube, it seems, at least for females, but I'm thinking of doing this. Is the perfume tray for the month or whatever. Yeah. It's corny, but I feel like that is how I might be able to go through some of these.
That's what I do. Yeah. I have 2 shelves right here that I have the stuff that I want to grab right now. Everything else is just where it is, but just to focus, because I can't, there's so much. It's good to focus on some for a week, right? Pull out, have them out so they're more accessible.
Hold on, not to cut you off. I just noticed Clean has a really snazzy new 3D avatar up there. What do you got going on? Who's doing this kind of work?
I actually forgot that was there because
it's right there.
Smaller that I had up there. And it wasn't moving. I only just noticed it was up there and almost invisible. So I changed to this one and now it's working. Wait, is it going? Oh, it stopped. Okay, so we have to fix this. So it is stopped.
Somebody fix it.
Are you trying to big dick contest my graphical capabilities? Is that what you're trying to do?
I did not do it. I had a producer make it for me.
He has a producer.
I do the same thing. Like Aram runs all my shit. Like when I'm running the stream, if there's a poll, and I go, yeah, my producer's doing shit over there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Did it stop everywhere, or is it only stopped in what I see on stream?
It's steadily moving for me.
Yeah.
Oh, it is moving? Okay.
Yeah,
on my end, it stopped.
Yeah, no, it's working over here.
I'm looking at the.
Good night, Christy.
Okay, it is going. So I had a smaller version of that up, but I think the bigger version works better. Maybe.
I don't know.
So you like it? Is it good? Do we like my new?
I always love. I love when the stream has a custom look. You know, I like all the kind of branding stuff is what I think is cool. You know.
So what do you guys in the chat think? So this is my standard. This is what I had since I've been doing it. But then I had the producer make me the fancy one. There's the fancy one.
I like it.
There's the smaller version. This is the smaller version, but I think the smaller version was disappearing.
Yeah, I think I like the bigger one. High Sailor. I like it when it's bigger. You know.
Yeah.
Better.
But yeah.
And I don't
like
think
the Alpha channel. I like all that stuff. I think it's good.
Cool. All right.
Very cool.
Awesome. Thanks.
What the hell was I? Before I interrupted Margie and myself, I was going to say something else, but I don't remember what it was. I just was like barreling in.
What did you interrupt?
Rotating? Were you going to say something about rotating your fragrances? Was it that?
Oh, you started to talk about that. So I think we're 2 conversations back when you were talking, Joe.
What do
I don't even know.
I don't know.
I've decided my presence in Fragcom will remain through. Here's what's happened. So I go to Neiman.
We have another guest.
Is it Kevin Money Burner?
And before I bring him in, let me just don't forget what you were going to say. But let me answer Fragrance Enthusiast real quick. Performance is good. It's long. Is it a high projector? No. But what I have sprayed on me tonight, I will still smell on myself in the morning. So it performs, it lasts, it just doesn't pump. Okay, we're going to bring in the other guests and then we'll get back to what you were saying, DDLD. Ladies and gentlemen, you know who it is. He's either going to be kind or he's going to be trouble.
Oh, no.
That's not even.
He was well behaved last night on Smelly, though. He was very well behaved. I was really proud.
He was very well behaved.
Yeah, I was proud of him.
He has been.
Can we talk fragrances, guys? I just got this one. Tom Ford Noir Extreme. You have this one?
Yep.
Did you really just get it?
Yeah.
You gotta get the Extreme Parfum, the gold one too.
That's a cool bottle.
Yeah, it's like I as soon as I smelled it, I was like rose.
It's so good.
And then I looked up rose, and then I looked up the notes, and I was like, it smells kind of Indian, you know. And then I'm like, okay,
it has coffee in it.
Coffee, cardamom, nutmeg, pretty good.
It's so freaking good. But I get the gold one. Get the gold.
Well, Margie has Noir de Noir.
Oh, what? Which one? Oh, I have Noir de Noir. Yes, I have Noir de Noir. I love it. I need to smell that.
Continue like assholes. I hate when they do that. Can't get this anymore. But this was my old bottle of the female targeted Tom Ford. This is so freaking good. But that one, Kevin, smells very close. They're like close.
If anyone likes the scent Spice Bomb, this is like a very mature version of Spice Bomb, a lot deeper.
It's very so good.
Sexy, very sexy fragrance. Resinous, strong. I guess it's unisex.
You know,
it's definitely I clearly wear it, but on a man would be very sexy.
So what Marcus is saying here, I have to agree. I've been noticing, Kevin, and it looks like right now. Are you okay? Are you sick? You look like you're withering away.
Good Lord, man. I mean, this is just me exercising every single day,
Wow.
and I haven't had a drink in over 6 months, and that's it. Just
like I said earlier, the most sober stream on FragCom now.
yeah.
I mean, not if I'm here. I mean, like I've had 2 old fashions through the course of my evening earlier. We were at dinner, so I mean,
well, DDLD, what were you going to say before? I want to hear your story.
Oh, I just decided that so we've been hitting King of Prussia. I've been going to Neiman Marcus because I've been checking out higher end stuff.
Well, why aren't you calling me DDLD? I live right near it.
Okay. Last week both of these trips were unplanned. So today our friends came and picked us up, and then we ended up there.
Oh, gotcha.
So like,
okay, I'll let you go this time.
Yeah, they weren't really planned trips, and so we ended up there today. But I've decided that what I'm going to do, because I've been saying like, fuck FragCom, I'm done with FragCom and all that kind of shit. I think what I'm going to do is, instead of buying, like I was doing all the dumb shit. I was doing the cheapy gems and all that fucking dumb shit. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to, like, maybe once every couple months, I'm going to buy something that I really dig, and I'm going to buy some. I'm not going to do blind buys or any of that shit anymore. I'm going to buy something I really like, and I'm going to spend time with it, and then I'm going to do one of my produced videos and shit like that.
I like it.
That's what I decided to do. That's all. It wasn't really an important announcement. It was just I was going to say it, and then Kevin so rudely interrupted by like, "Oh, this is my time to come in and just derail."
I just wanted to start
for his elders.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I know you guys could all be my parents, and I respect all of you.
Fuck
Kevin, welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Actually, my mom is younger than some of you.
Your mom is younger than me, factually. Like by 1 year.
I was already feeling old because one of the new teachers at lunch the other day is like, "Oh yeah, I was born in 1999." I'm like, "What?"
Oh my God. My son was born in 97 and
I'm
my
like,
daughter was born
in your mom. Literally.
To be fair, my mom was very young when she got married. But we're from rural village parts of Iran.
Still doesn't change the fact she's a year younger than me.
Well,
I mean, she could have gotten married young for her age. It's still.
You know what, Showdown? I already have a dad. Okay.
You know what? Now, what's your mom's phone number? You son of a bitch.
Good Lord. God Almighty. Well, you guys are looking dapper and lovely. Looks like you're having a good stream. I wish I could have watched it, but I wasn't able to. But anyway, I just came by to say hello and show my support. Oh, Margie, is that a new dress?
It is.
Yes.
I noticed the dress. Is that
you recognize it, Amanda?
Yeah, is it a Lily Pulitzer?
Lily Pulitzer.
I love it. See, you can't go wrong with Lily.
Look at it. It's a romper.
Oh,
I love it. I love romper.
But isn't it a cute dress? I like this dress.
It's super cute. And you don't have to worry about your business hanging out if you bend over.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, if you were the Pulitzer Prize, I'd get to write in a new book right away. Wait, is the Pulitzer Prize for writing?
No, Lily Pulitzer, the designer.
Lily Pulitzer, but Pulitzer is it's bigger.
What's the Pulitzer Prize awarded for?
There's
for writing.
It's a 100%.
So it was a good joke.
Like passionately, it was not good.
To hold the fort. I just want to get credit that was a pretty good joke.
It was a good joke.
Yeah, my joke.
No, it wasn't. It was not a
clean.
Joke.
Why wasn't it a good joke?
It's a good joke. I said if you were the Pulitzer Prize, I'd get to write in a book. I'd write the next great American novel. Thank you.
Get that.
This is why I like your stream, man. Hey, Margie, before I go, I was wondering if you could fulfill one of my kinks. If that's okay with you.
We'll see. I have to hear it first.
All right. Could I see your dirty feet? Your bare dirty soles.
We already did a shoe of the day.
My feet are clean. Can you believe? Oh my God.
It's what he does.
Oh my gosh. Have you smelled Rich Warm Addictive, by the way? It smells so good.
I don't know if I have. That's
Zara, tobacco.
Oh my God. We're seeing that Zara has a Barbie scent right now.
They do, but apparently it's hard to get your hands on, from what I understand.
Apparently, this is so good. It's like a bunch of people were talking about it a couple of years ago,
People
and
love that.
It's great. But my son, I was so proud of him. He found a scent that he likes, and he smells so freaking good walking around. It's a newer one from Zara called, and it's for males, but I would wear it too. But it's called Spell Caramel, and it's so good.
Really?
Is Zara mostly clone types?
I don't think so. I mean, I
have some apparently that are clone-ish.
Something to do with Joe Malone, right? Those Zara.
Yeah, they actually did a collab with.
They did a collab. That's what it was. Mm-hmm. Yes, and I did smell those. They had some good ones. They did, but I know rich, warm, addictive people love that. I need to smell that. There's a Zara right here too. I like going and sniffing everything.
Yeah, and he likes the clothes too.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap, and the clothes are cheap too.
I don't know if is that oud line new. There's 4 like ouds. It's like I don't know. There was one that was good. I tried them all while I was there.
Where?
At Zara. I think
I didn't try any of those.
One was called like
Margie, do a Zara
or something, and that was good.
You know what? I'll do that, you guys. I will go and sniff the Zaras, and I'll take you with.
Some of them are good. This Spell Caramel, so this is one of the newer ones. The top notes are blood orange, ginger, and cardamom. Mid notes are Divana and licorice. Base notes are vanilla, caramel, and osmanthus. It's so freaking good. Like my son, every time he passes by, I'm like,
you know what I want? Okay, you know what I want you guys to smell, both of you, because you seem to like spicy stuff, right? I just went and smelled Heaven Can Wait. Frederick Mall, Heaven Can Wait. Have you smelled it, Joe?
Yes.
Tell me what you think.
I hit Ross up. I hit Ross up immediately afterwards. The very first thing that I thought when I sprayed it was Evening Mystique from Zara. The iris, that initial of iris up front. Yeah. And here's what's weird about it. So
Zara Evening Mystique, which is Ross's second one.
This is an odd combination. The notes are completely different overall, and when the dry down, it's not the same. But the carrot seed is in both. The iris is in both. Like there were so many common notes, and then it switches off. I think there's like peach and vanilla and stuff in Heaven Can Wait.
Yeah.
But that first spray, immediately I was like, this Evening Mystique, like this is,
Yes, but you know what tripped me out about the Frederick Mall Heaven Can Wait? On first sniff, or maybe first spray. Anyways, when I smelled it, I was like, oh, that's sweet. Like it registered sweet, like initially, but it almost like made me start thinking of like ethyl maltol, like that kind of sweet. But then it pulled back from there, and it got really like just spicy, and the iris in it, or orris or whatever. I feel that in there too, and it smells good. It smells really good. It's John Claude Elena.
And that iris, like that, it's that lipsticky kind of like very strong. Yeah. And it hits really hard. But yeah, that's what I said to Ross. In the dry, I was like, in the dry down, it changes completely. Like Evening Mystique takes on, for me, a bit of a smokiness, like a very subtle smokiness. But the iris for me is just still very dominant. I think Kevin, because we were talking about, I think he said he gets more vetiver out of it than all of that. But the iris I don't know if iris just lands on me a certain way, and it's all I can smell.
I get mostly iris from Evening Mystique.
Yeah.
Did you see the new Shalimar, like the new one? You know how every year they come out with the one that's I got the Tonka one because I was up at 5:15 in the morning, and it just happened to hit for like 30 seconds when it was available, because that's how freaking crazy it is. I missed out on that vanilla one from the year before, but this new one is going to be an iris, orris, whatever one. But I'm sure it's going to be like the other ones where you have to be on that girl on site, like
for sure,
right away, buy it right away, and it's gone in a few seconds.
I only have one Shalimar flanker. I have Filtrete.
Okay, I don't have that one. I have what the hell ones do I have? I don't know. I have a few. What do I have? I have Shalimar Eau de Cologne. Shalimar Eau de
I
Cologne.
freaking love all Shalimar all day. Just give it all to me. I have that one too. Yes.
It's so good. This is like the lemon cookie one. It's kind of
Yeah.
yeah. It's so nice. But the Tonka one I freaking love from last year, but I'm still so
I heard that one was good.
It's really, really good.
Yeah. But Amanda, smell Frederick Mall Heaven Can Wait and let us know what you think, please.
I know I've smelled it because there's a rep that goes to Neiman Marcus from Frederick Mall that's always spraying me with a bunch of stuff. So I'm sure he sprayed that on me at some
It's
point.
new
Brand new. It just hit the
So
store.
did it just come out? Okay, well then maybe not, because the last time it was, it might have been a month or so ago. So maybe not.
They had Uncut Gem, I think is what they came out with recently. I can't think of the other one, but I just wonder what you would think of it because I feel like you might like it. Because of that spicy, like kind of comforting, and the iris in it is gorgeous.
I think you like this one, the La Panthère, but the Parfum.
Oh yeah,
one. This is the best one.
Yeah, I like that one. That's like an orange blossom or orange.
Something. Oh, I like that La Panthère.
He likes the original La Panthère.
Oh, see, this is the Parfum.
I like it on a woman. Like
darker. It's
sexy as fuck.
So freaking good. It reminds me of like, this sounds so strange. There's something in it that reminds me of like a stationery store. Like back when there was like the stores that sold like, that like papery smell. It's hard to, but it smells kind of like that.
Like Pyrus in it or something.
DDLD, when you were at Neiman Marcus, did you go to the Guerlain counter that had all those new, like with the exclusive or whatever the hell they are? You know how Guerlain has the new, like the
art materials?
I saw it, but I didn't.
Art materials?
Is it that? Okay. Well, anyway, they smell really good.
Yeah. I just sniffed them today too. I smelled Angelique Noir. I think that's what it's.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I mean, it's leaned a little sweet, but I do want to go and just spray myself down with it.
Yeah. And those Armani ones, that magenta one is fire. Did you smell that? That's like a tobacco. Oh, that's good. It's expensive, but it's the Privé. Armani Privé.
Yeah, Privé. Yeah. Every single time I go there, they move everything around. And
the magenta one is new because everyone talks about Rouge Malachite.
I have Rouge Malachite.
But this magenta one is off the chain. Like it is so freaking good. Smell that.
I love those bottles and the color. Like the red bottle's cool of the magenta or what is it?
So good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep up with the chat here.
Margie, do you not wear that Pantera? Pantera?
No, I only have a 10 mil of the Pantera.
Oh.
What I ended up with. That's what I currently own is only a 10 mil of the Pantera. He likes the original Pantera, and I like it, and the bottle is so cool. I'm such like a
I like the original, but the Parfum to me is like wow, so good.
So Joe, do you think you're going to get that Frederick Mall?
No, I mean, for me, I have Evening Mystique here. So if I want that kind of a scent profile, I mean, again, it dries down a lot different, but it's not enough of a departure for me to justify the price tag. My next purchase is probably going to be, and I'm almost positive, the DS and Durga Pistachio is probably what I'm going for next.
That's a cool line.
Yeah. That was that everything about that fragrance is like right there in my wheelhouse.
I heard the quality was good.
Yeah. So that's probably gonna be my next one. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of shit that like I check out and I really like. But I'm gonna be more
selective.
Yeah, more selective.
Me too. Because you do, we've talked about this before. You get like when you first start with the YouTube stuff with fragrance and you watch those shills and things in the beginning because that's who is recommended to you first, right? Or all those super like buy this top 10, blah blah blah, and you get caught up in it, and you're wanting to blind buy everything and just buy full bottles of everything, and it adds up. It gets very expensive, and then and then I think all of us have reached a point where we're like, okay, it has to be it's got to blow my socks off.
No, true. I'm the same way. I mean, I did splurge on those Chanel bottles, the Bois de Ile and Quarterussy, which I know you like Quarterussy, Amanda, right?
Oh yeah.
That was a splurge, but now I'm like, okay, what else do I want? I'm good right now. Jeez, do I need any more perfume? Like, seriously.
That's where I'm at. By the way, Udo, I did try Deep Dark Vanilla. That was very good.
Is it good? Okay, because I need to smell that one. Do you know if Mind Games had their pawns out? Those new pawns? Did you?
I saw this again. I walked past the section. I didn't really. We spent the last time we were there. We spent a lot of time at the Dias and Durga. Whoever the rep was there. We spent a lot of time there. Kevin is digging through Delco. He wants to know if we want to go to Charlie's Hamburger.
Oh yeah. So we got to talk about that because I have to schedule, but I'm hoping. I thought it would be cool to do Mountie because I don't know how it's going to be if I, what's going to happen. But I need to see you guys, but I don't know if I will make it into the depths of like Philly, where you're, whatever. But Manioc maybe because I know Anuj said he loves.
Yeah, Anuj is good. So as I understand, Friday will be we have a van. We're heading to Atlantic City. We're gonna have dinner at the Borgata. And then so Saturday will be in Philly, and I don't know which day Manioc is. I maybe that's Saturday. So I'm very lazy, and Allison does all the planning with everything.
Because I am super close to Manioc, like I don't know, 5 miles or something like that.
Oh, okay.
There is a Saks there too. Remember, like right on, like
City Line,
yeah. Which has some good fragrance stuff. If you we'll talk later. Figure it all out. But I need to see all you people.
I know Anuj is definitely planning on hitting Manioc. So I figure we'll probably head there too. And then I think Sunday was like perfumology in the morning, and then I think some people are leaving Sunday night or something like that, and so yeah.
Is this happening the first week of October? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So, well, I guess it's the first week. Maybe it's like it's the first week technically. Happy the stream. Hey,
first full week. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my plan to stay in Frag. Now, speaking of
that's
Frag,
coming up. We're gonna. Is everybody going to be there on Saturday night? On a Saturday, right?
Yeah. Yep. We should be. I mean,
are we gonna? Can I? I mean, you guys will be busy socializing and stuff, but hopefully, I can get some of you on at least intermittently on my stream on a Saturday night.
Yeah, maybe live from Frankie Bradley's at a drag show. Kevin's very excited.
There you go.
Be there.
I would love to see Money Burner in Delco though. Like that would be a priceless.
It would experience. Be for him to finally, he posts all these things and says all these things for him.
You've gotta see what it's all about. And and also I'm sure you watched Smelly last night when I made the big announcement about the historic thing that happened for Philly and Delco people is John was officially added to dictionary.com. John is now considered a real word. Like a dictionary.
What is the word? I don't understand.
John.
Whatever you want.
We've been saying it for decades. JAWN. And it's a Philly thing that we say to just replace really anything that you don't want to say the name for. You don't know the name, and you just say like, "Bring me that John over there." Like, do you have that John?
Like,
and now they put it in a dictionary. So
if you were taking a girl out and be like, "Why don't we grab a bite to eat at this John over here?"
Yeah, it could be a person, place, thing.
Or you could be like, "Hey, fun fact: this John ain't just going to suck itself." You could try that line
this
too.
John don't John itself.
Now the John ain't going to suck itself. It's either a John is the person, place, or thing, You know, it can be that. No, we're not going to paint Chichester High School.
There's Chai has
I
a
would
little
like
bit
to
of a
see Kevin in Chichester. I think
reputation.
is Fazul a real word? Fazul.
There's some nice areas and there's some nice parts of Chai though. Like, yeah, it's okay.
Is there? I mean, like
the parts that are on the border, like, are nice, and like the parts near like Boothwyn.
I can't talk shit. I'm originally from Chester, so the Chichester is a big upgrade from Chester, the once murder capital of the United States of America.
Yeah, I try not like when I'm getting on the Commodore Barry Bridge. You know, I have to like go for like a couple blocks through Chester, and I'm always like. But I grew up in Bernardi, so it's like whatever.
I go down every once in a while on Saturday morning. So there used to be when I was a kid on Wells Street in Chester, there was a place called Ann's Donuts. It was fucking ridiculous. So this cat named Fatso bought Ann's from Ann. She recently died. She was like 96 years old. But he bought it and he still has all her recipes and he makes all her donuts. And so sometimes on a Saturday morning, I go down to Wells Street and I buy Fatso's Donuts. And when I go, people that I know are older than me, but they're from Chester too, they always say like, tell me when you're going and buy me donuts, because they're afraid to go down there.
Yeah.
They will not set foot. They will not get out of the car.
I can't really blame them.
I do, because the fucking coconut donut from Fatso's is delicious and I'm a tubby fuck. So I'll go for that shit. I'll risk my life for those donuts. Whiskey Reaper, damn, came back to see her still here. Who could her be? There's two hers.
Oh boy.
It's okay. That was what I'm so bad at winking. It doesn't look.
Yeah, you gotta bite your how to brush.
Yeah, Reaper was on. Reaper was in the chat earlier. He disappeared for a bit. Now he's back. Reaper was actually very.
Yeah, he was hoping I leave. It's okay. It's like, you know, we have that tension between us. That's exciting.
I hope Bernard didn't scare him away. I hope Bernard didn't scare him away from simping for you too much, though, Amanda. Does he still give you some good comments? And
I think, look, I'm supportive of him. I like your pictures, Reaper. Like, because I love whiskey and everything. So I'm try.
Yes.
Fuck off, Kevin. I do not eat hot dog octopuses and fucking mac and cheese.
Oh gosh.
I eat like a sophisticated gentleman. All right, back to Fragcom.
Yeah,
Who here has watched the Fragrance Apprentice's big masterwork of an hour-long video on the body of work of the Angel Men line?
I did. I didn't quite finish it. I got near the end, but something happened and I have to go back and finish it now. But it was pretty good. Shit I didn't know or ever thought about.
What is it about?
All the and Terry Mugler's Angel Men line, the entire line.
Oh, all of them.
Yeah.
Someone asked about
like just the Angel, or like my neighbor gave me this one. Where is it? I have one of the like male. I don't know. It smells good though.
That's interesting. I'd like to see that.
One of those cologne, like the colognes. Does he talk about them too? Or
he does like Ultra Zest and Pure Havana and
Have you smelled any of those, Joe?
What's that?
Have you smelled any of those?
So I did. I don't own any of them, but I did. I wasn't like as enamored with them.
I had like kind of come after those were popular.
Yeah.
Like in collecting. So
I liked some of them, but I wasn't blown away to the point. Like I let's just say I don't particularly share his adoration. Like I like some of them. But he gets very animated towards the end. He's pissed at L'Oreal, and he throws a bit of a tantrum at the end of the video. That it was pretty interesting to watch.
It destroyed that house.
It kind of a little bit. It like he did a great job. I don't want to piss on it at all because I'm not. I love the shit George does.
He put a lot of research and time working.
No, I wouldn't even think that. Yeah, no, I'd like to watch it.
the tantrum kind of like, I just went, like, are you really, like, all this is necessary right now? Like, I don't know. I don't get that. I guess maybe, and it's probably about me.
I guess if it's a house, like maybe he feels personally about it. Like, is it a house that he loves?
Yes. Oh, very much so. Very much so. And he feels L'Oreal.
Yeah.
He feels L'Oreal killed the line and destroyed it. Like, and so I get it. I don't know. Is there anything, I guess this is a kind of a question, I guess. Is there anything that you get like angry, like really angry about that you have no, other than just something, an enjoyment or something, like to where you would actually get physically animated?
No, I
don't think.
Not when it comes to perfume, personally.
Yeah. And that's kind of
not anymore. Margie and I were talking about this earlier about being sober, about how we're both a lot more calm. I mean, there was stuff I used to be known for getting a little out there about certain things. I don't.
See, this is a Mugler Angel Fusion, or Alien Fusion. Excuse me. It's really
good on that one, because that has tuberose in it, doesn't it? Because I was scared of that.
Very much. You know what? You might pick up tuberose. I don't know if it's tuberose or jasmine or both, but anyway, it is a strong jasmine or tuberose. Yeah, definitely like white floral, but it has like, I think orange blossom, and I think it has like cashmeran or something at the base, so it's like it wears a long time. But okay, can I just say that I bought it a lot because of the bottle.
The bottle is awesome. No, I mean, I was like late to the party on that one. I never got to.
I like the smell too. I love the smell.
The bottle is beautiful. Yeah, this is my Mugler section over here. I have many. I'm mad though because my favorite perfume of all time was Alien Essence Absolute, and they got rid of that. But I do have the Joanne dupe of it, which is pretty darn close.
Do you still have the original juice on that one?
So I don't know, because a certain ex-spouse of mine, I think, might have shuffled it around or put it. I don't know what. Not like not that he knew that it, but I just don't know. And when I knew,
did he drink it?
No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you're bad. But now what I know that he did do though, that he did throw out. My wedding day scent was YSL Paris, Jardin Romantiques, right? Which was just a limited time. It was available for like that season, and then it went away forever. And I think he just threw it out just to be.
Are you kidding me?
And so I tracked it down this summer. I'd been meaning to do it. Unopened tester bottle of it on eBay from 2007, because I got married on 7/7/7, like a lot of people did. So I have it again.
You got it. Okay, good.
So good. Where the hell is? Oh, here it is. Oh my God, the bottle is so pretty. And this is, it does make me think of my wedding day. Look, my wedding was really nice, despite everything.
Yeah.
My wedding was great. And by the way, people were mentioning the Rocky Steps. That's actually where I got engaged. I got engaged at the top.
How long were you married?
From 2007 to then I was like technically separated in 2019.
Okay.
But it took 3 years to get divorced, and we lived in the same house, which was a little awkward because the pandemic happened, and we were literally just
and I was in the same
together.
Were you hoping during that time he would get COVID and die?
No, nah. I mean, not for my son's sake, no.
Yeah,
but like,
not for your son's sake, but like for your personal sake. So when
you know what, it definitely proved what a strong. It proved what a strong person I am. I have to give myself props, because to be in the same space with, when it's just not.
I couldn't do it. I did it for I think I did it for like almost 6 months. Because it was the same time for me. It was COVID. So you're stuck in.
I slept on a inflatable mattress in my movie theater for 2 years to get extra. So there's that.
That's
there's
hard.
how that goes.
That's hard.
When he proposed on the Rocky steps, did he propose like Rocky Balboa?
No, but that was so. I mean, I'll give him credit. This was a good proposal because on our first like big date, like when we first started dating, he drove up to like that top part of the art museum and like the view from up there, and he was like, "This is my favorite view of the city," and so it was kind of like a special place for us. And I just love all things Philly. So our wedding theme was Philly, and so the tables, instead of numbers, it was like the Liberty Bell table and like the Eagles table and all of that, and everyone got little Liberty Bells as the favor and all that. So it was a very Philly wedding. But no, he took me. It was like a Saturday night on Labor Day weekend in 2006, and we went to Moriarty's, which has the best. I love wings, so we went there for dinner, and then he was like, "Oh, we're gonna take a drive," and he drove to that spot, and we were on the top of the Rocky steps, and so he got to. Now this is pre-social media, but here's the thing I was mad about, and being the narcissist attention whore that I am. I always wanted a public proposal where everyone was like, "Yay!" No one freaking noticed. Everyone was just walking by. Is someone going to say anything? No. So that was nice. Like he did.
I wouldn't
and
say
the ring
anything.
was like perfect. Like he designed the ring. What?
You wouldn't say anything, Scott?
No, I don't. I find public engagements annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just
Like,
thought I would
like it should be private. You do it in public or for people to see. No, I'm not interested.
Well, no one saw, no one cared or saw or anything. Like they were just walking by. It was at night, and I don't know. So
Kevin's last comment is fantastic.
What did he say? Let's see. Honest speech at the wedding was her.
No, but okay. So this is a classic. Oh, I can't even tell you this. But okay, but I heard this. One of my professors said this was the best thing to do because he was talking about what's logical, do what's logical or whatever. So when how usually when people say their vows, their backs are to the crowd and they're facing like the officiant or priest or whatever. So it was like, and my professor had said, it makes more sense logically, do it the opposite, have the people face the crowd and everything, and then have the officiant with his back. And so that's the way I did it so that I could be like, but my husband said his vows first, and he was a super quiet person, and he was like, I blah 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 blah, like really soft. And then when it got to me, I was using my normal voice, and I thought I was just being normal. And I was like, and I, Amanda, and everyone starts cracking up laughing.
Is there video?
Because I guess the juxtaposition, and then
Exactly.
You can see the moment. I don't know if this has happened to anyone, but I saw there's a moment, you can see it even in the video. I'm looking across and like, oh, my family and friends, there was a freaking like wedding crasher, like in the crowd. Like I was like, you can see my face. I'm looking at everyone. I'm like, I know that person. Like, who is that sitting in the seat? Like with, he was technically like my ex's like cousin said he was just coming by himself because he was married. And he was like, no, she's not coming. I'm coming completely by myself. And then at the last minute, decided like the day of that he was just bringing some random dude that he knew. And I was like, who are you? It was weird, but the wedding was a great wedding.
Did your wedding speech end with you saying, remember to like and subscribe?
No, I didn't make a speech, surprisingly. I think if I did it again, I would definitely make a speech, of course. Why not?
I don't know. So there's 3 of us here that have been married before. You've not been married, Clean?
No, yeah, I'm divorced.
Oh, so
like, what am I? Yes, I was married.
We're all crushing it then.
Yeah.
Is what
we're all crushing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Wow.
Yeah,
it's part of the game today.
I got married. Yeah, I mean, everybody here is divorced, but that's generally that's fairly standard for anybody, usually mid 40s and on up. So that's not out of the norm.
So everybody else here, so in my experience, it was like 35. 35 was like where everybody I knew that got divorced, including myself, that's where shit started taking the fucking turn. Like it was, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It's like you suddenly start taking a good look at life and what's going on, and did I do the right thing, and all that kind of stuff.
That makes sense. Yeah.
What do
you notice a lot of people, like your
35?
friends, like, are splitting up around that time, or is it just when it started getting like going downhill?
No, I noticed a lot of people splitting up at that time, and I noticed that people started having problems at that time that led to down the road people getting divorced and stuff like that. It seems to be like I was, so my ex-strife was 5 years older than me. So when we first were together, I was 23, and she was pushing off 30 at that point, and so you don't really understand. Like I always think like, people always say, oh, we outgrew each other, but I think we all changed. There's that conversation people have of, would the version of you today like the 25, well, if you went back in time, would you like 25-year-old you? I know I wouldn't like 25-year-old me.
Yeah.
And so I think we changed so much, and it's very difficult to maintain a bond with somebody from that age. I almost feel like people should not get married that young. Like I just don't think they should. It's
yeah.
I mean, we got married, but we were together for 5 years before that, and we met when early 20s when we were just going out to bars all the time, which kind of makes sense. But yeah.
Yeah, I certainly don't think marriage is for anybody in their 20s, but
No.
It doesn't mean that people in their 20s aren't going to get married anyway. Sometimes they'll just figure it out come their mid late 30s to early 40s, and they'll move on to something else.
I think people need to get married for having kids together.
Yeah, and that is pretty much, I think that's it. Like after that, I don't know what the value of it is.
Yeah, I agree. It's just yeah.
It's kind of interesting. So the friends we were out with tonight, we're always out with them. They've been together since they were 13 years old, and they are now pushing off 60. They're 57, I think, each of them. We have another set of friends who've been together since their sophomore year of high school. And then I have two other groups of friends that got married in their 20s. They're still together now. The rest of everybody I know, everybody is divorced on their second and some third marriages right now.
Yeah, it's the younger you get married, the less likely you're gonna stick it out, I think.
Yeah, Taffy's talking about Kevin Bacon and Kira Sedgwick.
Yeah, I love them. They're so cute.
It's kind of interesting this past week. Oh, go ahead, Colleen.
No, I was just going to say, certainly things work. Relationships can work,
sure,
but most of them don't.
Yeah.
And awesome when they do, but the norm, unfortunately, is that if you hitch up early, the longer you're there, things are going to change. It's just not going to work at some point. For the most part, that seems to be the rule. Awesome when
yourself completely.
Awesome when it does work, though. I mean, for me, I didn't get married young though. I got married when I was 40, and we split when I was 47. We had 7 years that were at that point, it wasn't because we changed. It was just wasn't working. And we had a good thing for the most part. It's just that there were issues that just weren't going to be fixed or changed. And those issues started to outweigh all the other things that were good, We are still friendly. We still talk and deal with one another. It just wasn't going to work to be married though. So.
Yeah. Kevin Conwell, he was married for 38 years until she passed away. That's incredibly tough, man. My condolences. We have a friend, they're older than us, but she's been diagnosed with something that, it's not going to end well. And they've been together since the 1970s. They're, and I think about that and I'm like, man, I don't know, you become so like with me and Allison right now, like that's my partner in life. That's it. You know what I mean? I can't imagine, the prospect of thinking about moving forward after all that time. We're talking decades now.
That's crazy. Yeah, that would be really hard.
Yeah, I again, my condolences, Kevin Conwell. That's rough.
And I see, and like I understand when you Margie said, and I think you guys might have agreed that there's no need for marriage if you're not going to have kids. I personally, I never wanted kids, never had kids, never wanted kids, so kids were never going to be an issue. To me, marriage was saying like, no, I am committed to you, and if shit goes down, like marriage is showing you this is my commitment. That can go beyond what my words and other emotions can do. So, yeah.
I don't know.
But when you don't know my experience was, there were things that I didn't sign, I didn't sign up for this because there were
exactly. So then that happens,
There were things that I didn't know about the person until, unfortunately, several years in, and he needed a lot of work that, and wasn't, I think also like just the willingness to, no matter what the issue is, it goes a long way if they're willing to go to therapy and things like that. But a lot of people just aren't willing to do that. So
right. Well, and that was sort of an issue with my marriage was, she's a good person in many ways, and like we get along, like I said, and but there were issues that should have been dealt with through therapy and whatnot that could have probably gone a long way, that so that didn't happen.
Yeah. One of the things I find kind of crazy about life, I told this story I think on my Facebook page, but a few months back I was driving home from a job, and me and my ex-wife, it is ugly. It's really, really ugly. And so I'm driving down I-95, and there's an on-ramp off to my right, and I look over, and it's my ex-wife coming on the on-ramp. And the first thought that popped into my head was, fuck, I hope this bitch doesn't see me, right? Because I didn't want to make eye contact. But then the next thought that hit that crossed my mind was, wow, how fucked up is that? Like at one point in your life, you've made this commitment, like this is your partner. You've made this commitment, like you're gonna, and then you never, like if you went back in time and told yourself there's going to be a day it's going to come that you don't even want to make eye contact with that. It's a very, very weird moment when you realize it, like because you get caught up in emotions and you're just like, fuck that motherfucker.
Of course, you have that moment where you're like, whoa, that's, to go from that to this. It's just,
Yeah, no, it is. It's strange, man. The journey of life can get very weird. Nick X, thank you, sir. But I don't know. What am I going to talk about all the time? I get bored.
I was a radio host in college. I was on radio shows.
What'd you do? Did you spin records or did you talk about stuff?
So I did both. I had two different shows, and I had the, and at Delaware County we had an 8-track machine too. Still turntable, and I would try to mix. I'd try to mix them. But no, at Cabrini I had a show called Speaking Out with Amanda, and it was kind of like this. It was hot topics. Like every week we'd have a controversial topic. I'd have guests and people could call in. Back then it was just, this was the 90s. People could call in from the area and you never knew what was going to happen. And then sometimes I'd have experts like our professors or somebody would come on. But just to give you some context, like one of the shows, one of the controversial episodes was like about Columbine. One was about like the Matthew Shepard case, and like it was really, really cool to host that. And I still have some old tapes of me on it, and so it's kind of like this. By the way, Money Burner, I do cook eggs almost every single day. I like mine scrambled, but my son likes them over easy. So yes, I love cooking. I love being in the kitchen.
There is not a way I do not like eggs. Eggs are fucking awesome. It does. I like them scrambled. I like them poached. I like them fried. I
was just mentioning it.
Kevin wouldn't be Kevin if he didn't break your balls. I am, speaking of eggs, I am fascinated with amu rice, and I am gonna make amu rice. Has anybody seen this?
What is it?
It's called amu rice. OMU rice, like all one word. So there's this cat in Kyoto, Japan, and he makes, so you make a bed of fried rice. He makes this omelet that's absurd, and then he lays it over top and slices it with a knife.
Oh my god!
And then it just pours down the sides, and then he makes a demi-glaze that goes over top. And I've committed
that sounds great.
I'm making it. I'll go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. I'll share my screen. I'm going to find you this guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Really
it's so.
I love
Where did the eggs? What was Kevin saying about eggs? Why I missed that.
Oh, he was asking me if I knew. He said he would marry me just to put me in the kitchen and make me a traditional housewife. And send me my way.
That's fine.
But then, and then he was asking if I made eggs to order.
I did see a comment from him. I think that Margie would never get in the kitchen, though. So
yes, he did say that, but I don't believe that. I think she would.
Not if it involves
Margie doesn't
do
heat.
I don't do heat.
Margie will never cook.
Not fire.
I love cooking. To me, it's relaxing.
I won't turn the stove on.
I love cooking. I love
the whole story behind it.
All right, so I found this. This is the guy. I just fast forwarded. He's already making the fried rice part, but I want you to see the way. Let's see. Is it there? Okay, let me blow this up. I want you to see the way this omelet lays out.
Oh my gosh.
Look at his purple hair. This guy's great.
Yeah, he looks like a fun guy.
So this is the fried rice part. Let me just move you.
Oh my god, I'm so hungry right now.
Here we go. Watch this omelet. And then you'll see.
180から 190cc ぐらいです。これちゃんとこしてます。ね、では温度をね測ります。ちょっといい音になりますね。じゃあ入れますよ。いいですか？はい、入れていきますね。卵。はい。では混ぜていきます。ちょっと箸を取ります。
Now you got to stir these around with chopsticks, which is interesting.
左手は前後ですね。右手は回す。これを一緒にしてますね。周りの卵を中に入れ込みながら、ね、周りの方から火が通っていきますので、取りやすいって言った方が正確ですね。
Let me reduce this out here.
ね。
There we go.
はい。もう少し。
This only takes a second. It seems like it's going on. You'll see in a minute. But it's the layover that impresses me. So that's the part I got to figure out.
あとはオムレツの形にしてね、リズムよくトントントンコロン。
Is there something in those eggs?
Huh?
Is there something in those eggs right now?
No, I think it's just it. So this flip thing, this is the thing. You got to hit the pan. I've been studying this. I'm telling you. I think I'm bored. So now here's, look, that looks like an iron, but it's apparently designed for this purpose. Now watch this.
Ooh. これで中はふわふわだから表は一枚の焼けた薄い卵焼き状態ですね。ですから転がってくれます。
Look how fluffy that
I
is.
know, it's insane. This is why I got to master. I have to master this. Now watch this. Then the demi glaze.
真ん中を端から端ね。
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
苦くて甘くてコクのあるデミグラッソ。
Demiglasso. I don't know. Yeah, you know,
最
just
初の一口から
Ooh,
最後の一口まで
on.
そこしていってくれるね。しっかりかかりますが、意外とあっさり
so I will learn.
I
Omelette.
wonder what that sauce is. Is it like it's probably something sweet and savory sauce?
Yeah, it's a demi-glace. So there is another video where he teaches you how to make the demi-glace. Like he shows you how to make literally everything on there. So I will learn this.
Technically, that looks like a very technical.
It does.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if I could do that ever, but
That's going to take me a lot of trying.
I got to make my eggs like that.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Udo, yeah, I'll film it when I do it. It might not be pretty the first couple times, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, you got it. That looks really
if you get it down fairly well that you think you can replicate it, you should do it live on stream.
I will. I'm gonna have to practice it a couple times because I know that's not working out right the first time out the gate. There's no way.
Okay, let us know how many times it takes you.
The one thing that's interesting, when he makes the fried rice, the sauce is a combination of soy and ketchup, like Heinz ketchup.
Soy and ketchup. Interesting. But it was kind of dark. Oh, maybe from the soy sauce. That's interesting.
No, and you were talking about in the not the demi-glace.
No, not the demi-glace. No, yeah,
fried rice.
When he makes the fried rice.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That was so good.
So if you watch that shop of his at Kyoto, there's a line every day for like 2 hours outside the door. People want that thing. So yeah, the omelet lowdown. That's gonna the omelet rice lowdown is what we're gonna do.
Oh my God.
Speaking of Margie diarrhea, did you hear? This sounds like a topic for Mathwa. Did you hear about the diarrhea plane?
I did, and
yes. Oh yeah, I did hear.
Oh, my God, a flight from Atlanta to Barcelona. 2 hours in, over the Atlantic, a woman from the back of the plane going to the bathroom in the front had uncontrollable diarrhea that went all the way down the aisle.
My God.
Yeah, explosive.
They had to turn the flight back to Atlanta.
They had to turn around because of it. Oh my God.
Wouldn't you be
it's a Delta flight, and Atlanta is a Delta hub. Fortunately,
horrible experience.
They get there, everybody had to disembark. They came in and cleaned. They didn't only clean, they ripped the fucking carpet out, installed new carpet, and then 5 hours later, everybody got back on the plane back to Barcelona.
Barcelona and Ibiza.
Oh my God, that's so horrible.
It is. I mean, you know, I was trying to figure out like what's worse, being a passenger and enduring that, or being her and having done it.
I don't like. How are you not contemplating killing yourself after that?
I would be.
Like seriously, it would be so mortifying. And to this day, like I mean, this happened like in the past week. That she's got to know it's in the news and everybody's talking about it now. I don't know that it's come out any name or pictures of who it was. Hopefully it never does for her sake. But could you just, how do you live comfortably knowing that this is the thing
I wonder
that
if
you
people got
did?
pictures of it because everyone's got their phone, but then again, you're up in the air. So
well, maybe she's gonna be like the crazy plane lady and make an apology video and take Instagram post photos, and then she'll be an influencer. But this is the way the fuck the world is now. Like so she probably will. She's like, I'm sorry, I had diarrhea.
And you know,
but I'm trying to hide. I'm trying to keep a low profile, but I'm giving interviews to TMZ.
Yeah, exactly.
The shitty thing about diarrhea is like, I mean, we've all had it, so we know, but you know, it is uncontrollable. Like when you feel that urge, like if you can't get into that bathroom right away, unfortunately for her, it just went
happening before. That's why it's so interesting.
Oh, it's
on the plane like that, where they had to turn it around and recarpet the thing.
Yeah,
I think it becomes like a biohazard situation or some shit. Kevin says he doesn't trust white men who pronounce it Barcelona or Ibiza. That's not, you know, it is kind of a funny story. You know the reason behind that, right? Everybody knows why that happens. The Barcelona and Ibiza becomes Barcelona and Ibiza.
I hear it.
So over in Spain, as I understand, I could be wrong. You know, I believe things I read on the internet because if it's on the internet, it's got to be true. It was a king or something that had a speech impediment, and so they
that's what I understand.
I did not know that.
So everybody
had started doing it. Is it called Castilian or something like that? There's a name for it, isn't there? Whatever the reason is. But anyway, so
I think Castilian. I think it all sounds like Castilian.
It's Castilian, Barcelona. It's like either Mike Tyson or Castilian or however you want. But yeah, so that was the whole thing.
I heard that. I'm like, why do I have to say it that way? Or
Ibiza. You hear it mostly in Ibiza.
Saying it that way.
Yeah, you don't actually have to say it that way. You know, I had an ex-girlfriend, and after we split up, she took off to Barcelona with her girls and came back. And before she left, it was Barcelona. When she came back, it was Barcelona. And
no way.
That's fucking it. You know, you ever have? Well, you guys don't know. Clean. Do you ever have your penis try to crawl back up inside your body when a chick does something so cringe that you're just like, oh, like you're like, oh, fuck you, man. Like the minute she said Barcelona, I was just rod just fucking was, you know. That's all I wanted to get that point out there and express it.
No, I get it. I get it. I mean, look, and that is how they legitimately pronounce those words there, right? And but but it's just too goofy. I don't know. Like, there are just certain things that if you're not from there to pronounce the way that it is pronounced there, you know, I think we should try to say things sort of like how they're supposed to be said. But I take issue with people that overpronounce all the French words in perfumery, because at some point, like, you have to be okay with like saying it correctly for an American, for an English speaker, rather than trying to say it like a true French speaker. Right?
Like this, Margie, this made me think of you. I just got this Margie Noire.
Yes, you just got that?
Bridges, like way back in the day, I worked at Clinique and Lancôme was right across, and we would do that. Like, we'd just be silly. It would be like late at night, no one was around, and we'd just go around to all the French perfumes and be like, Margie Noire. But this actually smells really good. I got it with the 30%.
I like it. Oh, nice.
And Margie Noire, yes, I was listening to them. Now, I was also checking myself out and reading the chat, but I was also listening. No, I wasn't checking myself out, but I did put on more.
This is a big. This thing is a big perfume. This Margie Noire. It's huge, Lancôme. Right?
Well, I feel left out. I don't know.
I mean, it's a big chypre, but
it's good.
It's like designer chypre. It's good. Yes, it's good, and it wears. This thing is like kind of a beast. Like, when I wear it, it's pretty strong. This Margie Noire. I actually like the modern one versus the vintage, because I have a tiny
modern. I just got it.
Yes. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. The vintage one, I didn't like it as much as the modern.
Yeah, there's something a little bit like there's something in the vintage one that's a little skanky, animalic. I feel like that's a little off-putting, and this one's a lot smoother. But when Lancôme, if you like their fragrances, and I just actually got the Iris of the La Vie Belle Iris Absolute, is it called? It's so good. But they do these 30% off sales.
Yeah, no, I know. I think that's how I got this.
And it's great because I love a lot of the makeup.
Right. It's like the Lancôme site, huh? That's what they, especially around the holidays, I see that.
Mm-hmm. And they have the gifts, and they have, you know, you earn points and all. So if you like, little tip, if you like the Lancôme fragrances, like, sign up for the reward program, and they will hook you up, and you get those 30% off sales, which is better than you're going to get. Like the most you get in a department store is like 15, like when Macy's does the 15. So 30% is pretty darn good. Pretty good.
That is good.
What does caboose actually mean by this? I'm not sure I understand.
He's just saying, like, you know, when the North Americas try to pronounce, it feels cringy to him. Like when they, you know, when they.
Oh yeah, like when we, if we
yeah.
are over pronouncing, trying to sound, it. Oh, I see. It's as bad. It sounds as off to the ear as taking curses out. Okay, I get it. There was something I didn't catch about them.
Yes.
I just heard that recently. Actually, I don't know what I was watching, but it was Straight Outta Compton was playing, and instead of crazy motherfucker named Ice Cube, he said something like crazy something brother named Ice Cube, and it did feel cringy. It hurt. I'm holding this up because it was the only thing near me. Chaps by Ralph Lauren. You know, I'm not having it out of you, broads. You're like, oh, look, we have bottles here and stuff like that. You know, I have a bottle sitting here too.
Finally, talk about.
I want to see your bottles. Show the bottles.
I just showed it to you. It's the only one that's sitting here. I got this sitting here. Chaps. I got. Oh, there's a couple other things over there. So my daughter bought me. She thought it would be funny. She went to Five Below and bought me fragrances from Five Below.
Oh yeah, they do have some.
One of them is like an Invictus.
Are any of them good?
Can you tell this is supposed to be Invictus Aqua? Can you?
Oh my gosh! Yes, that's funny.
This is a $5 fragrance, and then this one you might be able to tell it's supposed to be Polo Black, I guess. And
so what does it smell like?
Let's see. Oh, this is
I'm curious to how the.
I mean, if you're a broke ass son of a bitch, and you I mean, that's not. Let's spray this other one. I don't think they would last long. I mean, it's not horrible. Like, I mean, I'm not telling anybody to go buy it, but let's see.
That's funny. She got this.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Invictus. It's got that.
She's like, Dad, I bought you a bunch of.
Oh no, she did it to bust my balls. Like, so my kids, that's how they do. You know, they
yeah,
like
that's funny.
Although my son, I got a green screen behind me, but he bought me actually a neon DDLD, that logo.
Ooh.
He bought me a neon sign. That's
nice.
Oh wow.
So I have to, actually, that one's not like, this is not. I'm losing all credibility. Not that I ever had credibility in this fucking video, but now I'm losing it all.
You had a little bit, Joe.
This is not like, I mean, okay, out of the two $5 fragrances, like you can either go get a taco box at Taco Bell, like the meal deal with a soda and the cinnamon crisp. You can get that, or you can have a fragrance. If you were gonna spend $5, I personally, what's this called? Invincible Extreme. I would say not Racing Club Black, but Invincible Extreme would buy for $5. I mean,
there you go.
I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever smelled. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's going to be gone and probably, let's see before this stream is over if this is still on my hand. But
the bottles.
What's the profile on that chaps?
Chaps?
Yeah.
There's, let's see. This is so okay. So you know the story of this chaps. It's actually not my chaps, but it is now. So I think this is turned. So anyway. This is Allison's boss kept this at the offices in a closet, and she saw it, and it's been sitting there for quite some time. So she grabbed it, and she's like, "You want this?" And I was like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, perhaps." And but it's not. I think it's turned a little bit.
Yeah.
Like it's not.
Yeah.
It's not great. It's not great. There's I definitely get a little bit of like a floor. You know what? Now I got to put this on me too because I'm smelling it out of the bottle. What do we do?
There you go.
All right, let me just.
Sometimes when the ones though that turn, like sometimes when you put them on and let them fully dry down, then they
that's why I'm saying
they're okay. Yeah, because I've had that happen.
I mean, okay, now totally different now out of the. I'm getting some kind of a peppery vibe. Now I don't know if this is how chaps is supposed to be. I'm just there's something off here. There's something
Really?
Yeah, but there's a
Is it like a flatness? Sometimes I sense like a flatness from a
no, it almost smells. Now it's getting better. Let me let it dry down because it's
okay.
Because it has to fully dry down when it's like in that
let it
sort of
develop.
No, Marcus, it does. That would be the Paltrow fragrance.
I was just going to say, what I really want to know is, does it smell anything like when this?
Okay, let me just do this right now, based on this, chaps. This is more pleasant to smell than this, chaps, right now. So I think this turned.
It must have turned then. Yeah.
Because I remember, let it dry down and then give us the lowdown. You see that?
There you go.
Yeah. Get it?
It is a great name. That is a great name.
It is a good.
So, Danny Masterson.
Oh,
yes.
Now, did you see the video of Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis trying to do damage control because they submitted that fucking letter?
I didn't see that, but I saw a little clip. I didn't get to watch it though.
So first of all, for anybody who doesn't know, Masterson, he was convicted. It's been 3 months, and the sentencing was just a couple days ago, and he got 30 years life. So he so he has to spend 30 years minimally in prison. He can only get whatchamacallit starting at 30 years.
Parole after 30.
Parole.
I can't believe, because I had the biggest crush on him. Like watching that 70s show, I loved him because I love curly hair and everything. And I always thought he was like hot, and I love sarcastic. Hyde was very sarcastic. I clearly love hanging out with the sarcastic gentleman. Clearly. But who knew? Who knew he was doing all that?
Yeah, the Scientology community knew.
Yeah, they knew. They took care of the problem that was going on for a long time. But the thing is I also enjoyed Hyde. I didn't want to blow him, but I did.
I love Topher. See, I love Topher because I love nerds too. So I don't know.
Topher walks away looking like a king right now.
I know.
Out of the
I thought he was so cute.
Topher did not write a letter pleading for leniency.
Yeah. So, and if you don't know the letter, so at the sentencing hearing, there were victim statements, so, and then the, Danny's side, family, friends, people could, write letter or speak. What I heard is nobody actually spoke in person. It was all letters sent to the judge on his behalf. Like, okay, he's sentenced, but, he's done a lot of good, and this is why you shouldn't give him the whole 30 years. And, those.
Yeah.
So fucking Ashton. Now, if you don't know, numerous women have accused him of grape. 3 of them went to this trial. So it wasn't even just the 3.
No, it was a lot.
Yeah. Of the 3, one of them, the jury was hung on 1, but 2 was like the jury, 100% said, yeah, you fucking graped them. So sparing all the details, but so yeah, anybody who doesn't know the story. So then you've got his friends, Ashton, and again, this has been known for a while. And within Scientology, the Scientologists actually had them internally when this was going on, before the public trial, before it became legal, when it was internal only. It's like, Masterson, you have to pay her $400,000. He actually paid one of the victims $400,000, which you don't pay somebody $400,000 if you didn't do the shit.
Right.
So it has been well known that he did do the shit. And So now you've got Ashton and Mila writing the letter saying, hey, he's been our friend. He's a stand-up guy. And blah, 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 blah. So yeah, whatever. So that's the catch-up. So Joe, your day. Yeah.
I'm going to try. Let me.
Oh yeah, I'll share it. Yeah.
I'm trying to bring this. I'm working in OBS. This is
so. Let's just say when it got out, when people saw the letters they wrote on his behalf, they were like, "Fuck you, Ashton Kutcher."
Yeah, and
fuck you. Like these women, like, and we know it was even more than just the two women. So, like he drugged them.
Yes,
it was a Bill Cosby, but maybe even more so.
Yeah. Well, apparently he got kind of rough with some of them. Like
yes.
It's saying I'm deleting messages, but I'm not.
Oh yeah, it says that Marcus Mendel was deleted by Margie Noire.
I know that was an accident, guys. Sorry about that. Oh.
Okay. All right. So this is part of Ashton's letter. We have spent hundreds of hours working together. Danny takes his job seriously. He's kind, courteous, and hard working. He treated everyone from the Brits to Teamsters. I can't see where the logo is, but whatever. And caterers as equals. He showed up on time all the time because, you know, that's
okay.
He always pulled his weight. We have also traveled around the world together promoting our work. I can honestly say that no matter where we were or who we were with, I never saw my friend be anything other than the guy I described. While I am aware of the judgment has been cast as guilty on 2 counts of rape or grape, as they say, by force, and the victims have a great desire for justice, I hope that my testament to his character is taken into consideration in sentencing. I do not believe.
Stupid. Why would he do that?
I don't know. It's so insane. Like, and keep in mind now, the important part here is that Ashton Kutcher heads an anti.
I know.
Right. Yeah. How ironic.
It's been interesting. Now we also have, and I'm going to try to pull this up for you too.
So they did an Instagram, was it?
They did. Let's see here on. Well,
like
I have it here on.
I have to see this.
Let me.
Because now they both send the letters, and then everybody catches wind, and then so now they're trying to apologize, explain, and it doesn't sound good at all.
It does not.
Worse.
So,
and actually, Mila looks pissed. Mila is like, really? We have to fucking do this now? You fucking asshole made me do this? That's how. If we watch it. Watch her.
Give me a minute with this.
She's like, I can't fucking believe we had to do this. Is how
she's really bad. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, she's not happy. It might take me a minute to do
that. Well, the whole thing that he was saying about like, oh, he seems so great, but it's like with these people with these like it could be like a borderline person, you know, something like that. Look at how many, like Ted Bundy, everyone said was this great, charming, charismatic guy who anybody would, you know.
It seems very naive to write that letter thinking that you had any place to even go there because you don't know someone, right?
A lot of dark, like people with these dark things, do put on the show for everybody.
But the fact that, like, look,
you should have.
If I have a friend, even if it's my best friend, even if it's the friend I've had the longest and I've had the most time with, and I love him and he's fucking awesome, but I find out like he's done this stuff. Even if I choose to be friends and be like, dude, what the fuck? You're like, you're going to prison. I'll still be your friend, but you're fucked up for doing. Even if I choose to still be his friend, I'm not writing a fucking letter like that.
No.
It's like, you did this. You did this shit.
What's up on Av?
And there are real victims. There are real people who are really hurt by you, like physically and mentally and emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see if I can get this to play. Hold on a second. Let me turn it off. Wait, hold on. Why is that not?
That's.
Let me get your sound. There we go. All right, we'll start this one over again.
Okay.
We are aware of the pain that has been caused by the character letters that we wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson.
We support victims. We have done this historically through our work and will continue to do so in the future.
A couple months ago, Danny's family reached out to us and they asked us to write character letters to represent the person that we knew for 25 years.
Dumb.
So that the judge could take that into full consideration relative to the sentencing.
The letters were not written to question the legitimacy of the judicial system or the validity of the jury's ruling.
They were intended for the judge to read and not to undermine the testimony of the victims or re-traumatize them in any way. We would never want to do that. And we're sorry if that has taken place.
Our heart goes out to every single person who's ever been a victim of sexual assault, sexual abuse, or rape.
Oh my God, she is pissed at him.
Yeah, she does.
The thing about that is one of
She
the
looks pissed.
yeah, she doesn't look happy, and the thing about it, they read it back and forth like they're reading the awards at the Oscars. This next award,
Exactly.
but the one thing that I don't know why they included in that statement, these letters were intended for the judge to read. Like, we didn't want you guys to see we were trying to get this scumbag
right
through
That's
sentence.
stupid.
Like, why would you? It just makes no sense to
What
me.
the heck? Wow. I bet they just hope this is all over soon.
I don't think they're weathering this stuff. The outrage today was profound. I mean, it was bad, and especially because Ashton heads this anti-sex trafficking organization.
Exactly. But that seems so immature and dumb to do, like on his part, right?
I mean, because they
Just
have
stupid.
careers, they both have, still viable careers. So why would you jeopardize that? Like, you got to look out for number one. You know what I mean? And this could affect them and their job. So
It's got to be. I mean, I guess and I always think about so when Harvey Weinstein, when that went down, right? Kevin Smith, I obviously, I pay attention to Kevin. I go to the Highlands and see movies where he's there and stuff. And so Clerks and all of his films were done under Miramax, which is Harvey's company. And he was like, I had no idea. And he was saying, and he claimed, I don't know if he ever did it, but he said he was going to give all of his now residuals to women's organizations for this.
Yeah.
But then I listened to this other guy, and he worked for Harvey, for the Weinstein Company. And he said, he did a full mea culpa. He was like, hey, we all knew. He was like, don't let anybody tell you that they didn't know what Harvey was doing. And he went into great detail. He said, look, we would put in late hours, and to reward us, Harvey would take us out, and there were girls, and those girls were there to know what they were there to do. And he was like, and this is how it worked. And he was like, so everybody knew. He said, we all knew. And he just was, because he was outraged. He was watching.
I remember that. Yeah.
Showbiz people going, oh, I can't believe it.
No, they did all know, and they covered up for him because then they said, oh, but all these actresses, were like, well, I was afraid that I would lose work and I wouldn't get. Okay, well then don't act like you're a champion for women's rights and wear fucking. Oh, remember when they all had to wear black to the what was it, Golden Globes?
Golden Globes, yeah.
Get out of here because you turned with your freaking mansions and then running for play and make believe and getting paid for it every day, like while we go to work. So F you bitches in your black dresses. You stand in solidarity with the victims. You knew what he was doing, and no one said, except that goddess Mira Sorvino. She called that shit out, and her dad, love him, Paul Sorvino, said, I will fuck you up if I run into you in a dark alley. And we all know that he could do it, and he's got connections. And she said, I didn't care that it would affect my career. And she didn't get certain roles because she stood up to him and wouldn't do what he wanted her to do.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, like they all knew that he was doing this stuff.
They did know.
Knew it, and they just wanted to protect their own careers and choose money over everything. It's so hypocritical. And then they say, no one should have money, give all your money away. But okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I was so mad talking about Hollywood. They fucking pissed me off.
I remember watching Oprah. Oprah was one of the main players that came out on the Globes, and they were celebrating themselves. They were celebrating themselves for this empowered moment. And I remember thinking, fuck you, man. You didn't do this. Ronan Farrow is who blew the lid off of this asshole and the shit that he was doing. Ronan Farrow put his career and his well-being on the line. Oprah, if you go back, all she was doing was taking pictures, hugging and kissing on Harvey Weinstein. So this idea that like, oh, look at us, look what we've done. No, you didn't do shit. Like, and she knew. They all fucking knew. And but you know, I think it was shit. Was it Bridget Bardot? It was some old actress, and she got her head fucking chewed off because she came out and she went, "Hey, this is how it worked." She was like, in my day, this was the deal. She was like, if you wanted to be famous, you wanted to be a starlet. She was like, you knew what you had to do. And she was like, it was part of the deal. And she wasn't defending it. She was just saying, look, you know, there's all these people that want their face on a giant movie screen, and they want to have millions of dollars, and they want to be on the red carpet, and she's like, and there's tons of these people. So what are you going to do to set yourself apart? To make sure you get in that room and you sign that contract. And she was like, and this is what we used to do. It was just part of the business. So for her acknowledging what actually went on, he was like the worst person on earth. Like they were like, you're apologizing for this. And she was, I'm not apologizing. I'm just telling you, like, this is Hollywood. And, you know, and I think about John Travolta too, right? Kevin wants to know how
another Scientologist.
Yeah. So
really?
It's kind of interesting.
And who has a not so secret life?
Well, so I'm going to try to do this without. Okay. So in the 90s, like late 90s, a friend of mine who is the creator of a show on Amazon Prime that's pretty popular, I guess, to a degree. He sold a spec script to Mel Gibson's Icon Entertainment. So he went out and spent a week at Mel's house. And when he came back, I met him at a bar, and I was like, so what was that like, man? He's like, it was kind of fucking weird, dude. Like, and so this is before Mel's explosions that we've all heard. With his girlfriend and about, you know, who runs Hollywood. Kevin will tell you all about who runs Hollywood. He loves to. But anyway, so this is before all that. This is like everybody still loved Mel Gibson. We're Braveheart and all that kind of stuff. So he said, well, you know, we did a lot of drinking, and he really doesn't like John Travolta. And I was like, well, why? And he's like, well, and he starts telling me why Mel didn't like John Travolta and what John Travolta does. And I was like, what? Like John Travolta? Like fucking the guy from Saturday Night Fever? Like that dude's a pimp, dude. Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, nah, he was telling me some shit, man. And I'm not going to get into it all here, but he told me in very specific terminologies and words that people don't use anymore what Mel Gibson had to say about John Travolta. So fast forward now. There was the story about there was a masseuse, and it was at the Chateau, was it Marmont or the Beverly Hills Hilton? It doesn't matter. Gibson was in a unit there getting a massage from this guy, and during this guy's story, not Gibson, I'm sorry, Travolta, and according to this guy's story, Travolta grabs his rod, right? And the guy's like, yo, what are you doing? Because this guy wanted to be an actor too. And in his story, Travolta said, don't you understand how it works? And he was like, this is how things are done. I have the power to get you in rooms So you take care of me and I'll take care of you. And the guy was like, well, I'm not gay. And he said, Travolta said, neither am I. This is just how it works. He's like, how do you think I got to where I got to? This is so, but the thing about that is, if you listen to a lot of these young dudes, like Corey Feldman's and the Corey Haim's and all their stories of what went on with all of them, I think there is some kind of weird shit to that, in that these things go on in that industry. You want, it's like making a deal with the devil at the crossroads, right? Like, you want fame, you want wealth, you want celebrity status, you want all these things, and there's a price to pay for that, you know. So I don't know. I think that is kind of the way. I think again, I believe it was Brigitte Bardot. I think there's a truth to all that. You know, this is the deal with the devil that we all made. You know, this is how it worked. Not to excuse Weinstein, because that son of a bitch, if you've read the stories about him,
because it wasn't like underage, something, you know, a lot of like really horrible, like criminal.
Yes. It wasn't just, hey, I can give you this 3-picture deal.
Right.
It was like physically overpowering girls and raping them, you know, straight up. Yeah. So, yeah, but I don't know. It's that whole thing, and it's just all so ugly, you know, and I'm sure it's still going on. You know, this whole Me Too thing kicked in, and supposedly we were done that. We're moving past that now. I don't, as long as there's people with power and money, and people who will do anything to have power and money, there will always be these kinds of things. That's fine.
Yeah.
And what
Tales all the time.
Like, yeah, I do think it probably, every time stuff like this happens, and the more, I almost said like woke, I don't mean it in a bad way, but like the good aspects of what it would really meant to be woke, like in understanding and putting things in perspective in, you know, ways that we didn't used to. I'm sure it happens less, but of course it's still going to always happen. Like it is, you're right, it's always going to be there. But
you know, and that was kind of it's not a popular opinion, I suppose, but you know, I always, when I would listen to that kind of stuff, and you know, obviously, you know, when you're a cat like Weinstein and you're predatory that way, you're a disgusting human being. And so I think we all agree with that. It shouldn't be a qualifier to have the conversation. But there's another aspect of that of, look, we've all met women or men or whatever in our lives that they don't give a shit about just having sex with anybody if it gets them something that they think they want. Right?
Yeah.
Has a great car, or if he has a nice house, or whatever the fuck it is. And you know, there seemed to be no anger at any of the women, because there's plenty of women who went along with that program, and they took jobs from actresses who were probably more skilled than they were. Right. And you know, that aspect of things, and it's hand in hand with every social issue we have. We tend to only look at one part of what went on, and we ignore the other part. And that's why nothing ever gets actually resolved, because we can only talk about one thing, or else we're going to get canceled, or we're going to, whatever the fuck is going to happen, you know? But yeah, I mean, I always think about that. Like how many women who are just absolutely unscrupulous, like, you know what I mean? Like, screwed other women out of jobs, out of work, out of whatever, because they were willing to do the thing that other woman wasn't going to do, you know.
It's still happening today.
Sure, absolutely.
Well, the dumb part about that is, especially if you're the producer putting money behind the picture like Weinstein, if that is part of the decision making, you're not making movies that are as good as they could be. Then, like, your movies aren't going to be like, if you're taking the chick who's going to fuck you over the actual amazing actress, well, you lose, because your movie's not going to be as good either.
Yep. But I think a guy like that, he probably doesn't, probably doesn't care. It is kind of weird, and when people were talking about Masterson this week, and obviously Cosby comes up, and the idea of, dude, you're famous. Like, why did you need to do that? And it's a huge misconception about why these guys do the things they do.
Exactly. Like Masterson certainly didn't need to do that. He wasn't doing it because he couldn't get women. He certainly isn't the hottest guy around, but he's a fucking celeb and he's got money. He can get whatever he wants, whoever he wants, really. So he's doing it because that's his fetish. His fetish is to drug, rape, and be violent with women.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason to do it. Not because that's the only way you can get them. Cosby too, of course. He could have fucking done whatever he wanted.
I don't
that's
think
not
that's the right word.
You don't think what?
What's that?
I don't think fetish is the right word.
Well, no. I mean, right. I mean,
or almost like an addiction
all,
in a way, or like in the same way, it's like a compulsion. I think almost to a point. But did you watch Playboy? Well, yeah. Did you watch that the Secrets of Playboy series from I think it was like last year, and it was a shame because I love Playboy. Like I love half him, but
just for
and I saw it as like a lot of women said it was empowering and helped them. Like Pam Anderson, who I love, still speaks very positively of it, right? But you find out about a lot of the shady shit that went on behind the scenes, and Bill Cosby used to go to the mansion a lot, and he'd go to the Playboy Club and all of that, and they said he was like one of the worst offenders with doing stuff, and it's really disappointing. But yeah, on the other side of things, like Pam Anderson got a little flack because she was in an interview talking about the Me Too stuff, and she said, you know what? I took the advice my mom gave me, and my mom said, when you go to Hollywood and do all this, use your common sense. And she's like, I'm sorry. I know people are going to hate me for saying this, but if a director, whoever, invites you to his hotel room at 2 a.m. and wants you to wear something, what do you think is going to happen there? Like, you think we're going to be sitting down and having just a nice old conversation about business? Like, maybe use your head a little bit, like, not to blame, obviously they shouldn't do that, what do you think is going to happen when they're asking you to go, and maybe don't go to his hotel room by yourself in London?
But it could be weird though, because
you're not expecting something.
If they're feeling like, oh shoot, my job's on the line if I don't do this, or like, I'm gonna upset him if I don't do this.
Yeah, no,
it's messed up that women even have to think that way. You know what I mean?
It's horrible. But I'm just saying he has more power because she's like feeling, that she could lose something in that situation.
Yeah, it becomes a tough situation, but I think again, a lot of the stuff comes back to, are you there for the art? Like, if you just want to act, you can act without dealing with a Harvey Weinstein. Like, you're dealing with a Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, if you're good. Yeah, exactly.
You want fame. You want a 3-picture deal. You want money, And again, you should be able to want those things without having that monstrosity, that Shrek-looking fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ew.
But
look, it's wrong no matter who does that shit. Any guy who does it, it's wrong, right? But
of course,
isn't it even just wronger? It's somehow wronger. It's just more horrid when you look at somebody like Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Like, right? Like, it's bad. It's bad and wrong, no matter what. But then to have a troll on top of it, so.
And that is, I think that is the real rub of the, no pun intended, but that's the real rub of the situation. You got a guy that looks like that, and but yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I had a big explosion a while back on Facebook. There was a judge. He was an old judge, there was a grape trial, and the circumstances of the case were that the woman was at the club grinding on the guy she had a skirt on with no underwear.
Oh my gosh.
In front of people. She then left with him and went back to his place. And things went sideways. And so while the judge convicted him, he turned to her and said, and I would hope that in the future you make more reasonable decisions, something along those lines. Your conduct is better. Good. So I said, yeah, I can dig what he was saying. Well, that didn't go over. So this one guy, and I can't stand these guys who speak so disingenuously, and they just, they're there because they want women. And I don't want to use the word simp because I don't even think they're simping at that point. They're I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but he was like, oh, bro, you need to fucking check yourself and all this shit. And I was like, why? Like, I was like, we all owe a debt of personal responsibility to ourselves, right? Yeah. Like, and so we have Martin Luther King Boulevard, and not to use the Chris Rock joke, but on Martin Luther King Boulevard, there's a lot of non-peace going on, and so I said, okay, here's an example. I was like, I have a right, because that woman had a right to do the thing she was doing without being violated. I was like, I have a right to walk down Martin Luther King Boulevard at 2:00 in the morning. And I said, it's not the smartest thing for me to do. And I said, and it becomes even less smart if I'm walking down Martin Luther King Boulevard counting $100 bills out in the open. I was like, I don't deserve to be robbed, but I've increased the odds of that happening exponentially by my conduct. And I said, so I don't do things like that because I owe a debt of personal responsibility to myself. And this guy's like, oh, well, I know you have a daughter. Is that what you would tell her? And I went, it's exactly what I tell her. I was like, this is exactly how I instruct my daughter. What the fuck are you talking about? And it got kind of goofy with this guy, and we're no longer friends on Facebook anymore. But
it sounds like a Facebook thing.
Yeah. It's probably, Facebook is a weird, it's a weird.
I'm not on there, but yes, it seems like it.
Yeah.
That's a drama.
And yeah, I mean, but that is the thing. Like, we all, I don't care who you are, and it doesn't matter what you should have the right to do. Yeah, you should have the right to what you women should have the right to walk down Martin Luther King Boulevard at 2 a.m. naked if you fucking want to. That doesn't mean that other people give a shit about your rights. That's just the world we live in. And these a lot of these conversations that take place on these platforms are just so ridiculous.
You can't say anything anymore. People they're so sensitive about everything. Right? It's just like everyone's hypersensitive. It's like, chill out.
Yeah. And I don't even believe half the time, I don't think they're actually really upset. I think talentless people have learned that if they're offended, they get attention. Like, if I'm upset, I point out that I'm upset with what you did. Now I have a talent.
No, it's true.
Yeah. And I think that's what it's come down to.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody here's a witch, but in the 90s, I had friends who were witches. And
okay, I'm just going to say right now,
you're a witch.
If somebody considers themselves a witch for real, I think they have a mental disorder.
Yes,
that's how I feel about it.
But it was attention. Like the people that I knew that claimed they were witches, they were Wiccans, they were whatever the fuck. It was like they would say that, and then the other people go, "Wait, what? You practice Wicca?" You know what I mean? And it made them special. When otherwise they were not very special at all. And I think that's what being offended is. Now you're special. You're offended. You hashtag something. Yeah. And but otherwise you're a bore. You're a drip. Nobody gives a fuck about you. And I think that's what these people do. I don't know. That's just
the witch thing is kind of weird.
It is. It's very.
I was
whenever
briefly related to one, so I know all too well. She's no longer in our family because luckily she's no longer in. Yeah, but she, my ex-sister-in-law, and she actually believed that. Look, I am very open-minded about like do what makes you happy and everything. But so, for example, when I was pregnant with my son, even before I knew he was a boy, I just knew he was a boy. But before I had the official ultrasound, I was telling her like, oh, I hope it's a boy. And she's like, well, you can will it to be so. I'm like, isn't sex determined like conception? And she's like, oh no. Like our laws defy like everything.
Like,
and she did spells and thinks that and mixes the but thinks that they actually work, and but it got to the point where they also believe in like orgies and sacrificing, and that's also what my brother didn't sign up for that, so that was the problem. Because she was the same. She was Lutheran, like when she first came into our lives, she was like Miss Goody Two Shoes, super religious, like by the book, like all that, and then she fell into this crowd that was into that, and they like brainwashed her. She kept going to the little meetings, and then she was full-fledged.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was really.
But that's almost as bad as being a Scientologist.
It's all kind of goofy. Scientology is really goofy.
It is goofy.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, I listened to a bunch of stuff in the past about like how it for a lot of those cats, it like it motivated them and put mentally on the right path. And I can dig that. I mean, that's, I guess, the point about all religion, right? Like
exactly. Yeah. It's all the same.
Yeah. But
well, the problem though is that Scientology, I mean, it is considered a religion because of tax reasons. They won that fight. Hopefully they'll lose that sometime in the future. But even Scientologists who are in it, but not while they're in it really, but after they're not, they'll be like, yeah, that it was never a religion. They're like, no, it's like a way of life. It's a way of thinking, but it's not a fucking religion. Like they know it's not a religion.
I don't know how you like L. Ron Hubbard was a con man. Like I don't know how. Again, the guy lived during. It's not like this is from thousands of years ago. This is you know what I mean? Like
it's recent.
He wrote science fiction.
Yeah, it's so bizarre.
Well, and the monetary aspects and how much money you have to devote.
Yeah.
And these famous people who have to give so much of their money. Yeah. It's very.
I heard they're tax exempt.
If it were a religion, anybody could walk into Scientology and start practicing and could go through it and learn more, but you can't because it costs a lot of money.
Wow.
So that's not a religion.
Yeah.
You have to pay for every level.
There's something shady about that.
Yeah, it is.
Are there other religions that are actual religions where you have to pay in order to learn the next step?
No.
That's not a fucking religion.
No.
Exactly. Yeah. If it's a religion, you should be able to walk in to their place of worship, basically, and start learning and being part of the community. You can't.
And they threaten her member, as we know from all those like exposés, is like they are very threatening to their members, and they're not allowed to say certain things. And that was kind of the thing with my ex-sister-in-law, the witch stuff, is like she would go and my brother would be like, well, what happened? And she's like, well, I'm not allowed to tell you. Like, be like, well, what was your meeting like? And she's like, I can't, we're not allowed to say. And he was like, well, you're my wife. I kind of like want to know what you're doing, I learned a lot about that world that I didn't really need to know.
So it sounds like a cult. to me.
Oh yeah, it absolutely was. And but now she moved to like Oregon, and she makes a living singing into bowls and making crystals. So more power to her, because here I am, a working work every day. I could just be mixing up things and
those crystal shots.
Potions.
I can make potions.
Potions. Ordo Templi Orientis, wasn't it, Marcus brought that up? Is that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I think isn't that Aleister Crowley?
There was an Aleister Crowley connection, I know. So maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's what I think that is. Yeah, no, I
Freak.
It is a motherfucker when those weirdos all become. He is a fucking freak. Yeah, so it was Crowley. It's annoying as shit when weirdos somehow like stroll right into a cushy fucking existence, like your ex-sister-in-law. Like you always want bad things to happen. Like you're a witch, and then all of a sudden you're like blowing dudes for fucking cheeseburgers or some shit. Like that's what I want to see happen. I don't want it where you have a cushy life now.
Yeah, there
are happy endings.
Have you ever known? I don't think I've ever known anybody who's gone full cult, but I've known. I'm sure you've all known. There are people who are on that level, like they could be in a cult at any moment because they join things and they believe things. They join these communities, and then they are done with that one, and then they move into something else and they start believing some other shit.
Well, it's like the MLM. It's like the MLM people, and I did a couple like MLM, but there's the like.
You were a Hunbot?
Well, no. I mean, I was I guess not really. I was an Avon lady for many years.
No, but you were ever a Hunbot?
I wasn't like an Emma, but I saw like there was a jewelry company that I worked for that I actually like loved everything, and I was just like I kind of just want a discount, but I wasn't like pushy about it. But we did parties. But there, like if you watch that LuLaRoe documentary, that was like a cult in itself. But I feel like that personality, like that gets real. I'm not talking about, I think some of them are actually good and it's nice. Like, okay, someone, maybe a stay-at-home mom has like a business, that's fine. But the ones who are like super aggressive and pushy and buying into like really drinking the Kool-Aid, it is that personality that gets into those. So
we have a friend that's a perpetual Hunbot. Like so if you don't know what a Hunbot is or a Hun, this is a terminology for MLM people. They will you'll be on Facebook, women especially, they don't do it to guys, but women, they'll have some new wonder fucking product, right? And they'll message you, hey hun, haven't talked to you since high school.
Yeah.
Do you want to lose 20 pounds real quick? That kind of shit. So they're Hunbots. They have all those companies, whatever the fuck it is. LuLaRoe used to do it.
I think I've gotten stuff like that.
Yeah, everybody knows a Hunbot.
On Instagram. I at least got,
Yeah. And so they'll all start doing the same thing. And what was creepy, so the Hunbot that we know, her whole personality, this what when you say like, do we know anybody that was in a cult, it was cult-ish. Like she just completely flipped her personality, and we were watching her do things. And so I ended up, there's a subreddit, it's MLM, I'll have to figure it out, but it's about this.
Oh my God.
I was going there, and people who were in these things, what it was is they broke free of the mindset, and then now they would post the scripts that they were being sent by these companies. And I'm looking at this going, holy shit, that's exactly what the fuck she was doing. These were her scripts. And they would tell them, include, if you have a child, talk about your child a lot and how your child, your child also enjoys the product, and it's made their life better. And like, it was all this shit. And if you mention Jesus, talk about Jesus, your belief in Christ and all this kind of stuff, because that makes you look wholesome.
trustworthy.
Yeah. And I'm watching this and I was like, holy fuck, man, this is exactly what the fuck she was doing. And now, you know, and then from there, that product, eventually they milk that dry and there's no return on their investment because that's how these things work. They get you to buy product. Yes. And at first they cut you nice pieces of that pyramid scheme check, but then that dries up. And now you got all this product sitting in your garage that you can't move. Right? And so these things, it's the same cycle, but then this person would move on to the next wonder product, the next thing that was gonna, you know, and you'd
that makes me think of, you remember Shanann Watts with the two little girls and Chris Watts killed her?
Yeah.
She was into that, like her whole social media. Do you remember Shanann Watts and Chris Watts?
If I know, I just don't remember the name. So.
Yeah.
No, that was a huge murder. Yeah, it was like a
that was bad.
deal. But yeah, they were in Colorado anyways. But Shanann was all over social media selling these like little patches, and they're supposed to like infuse you with vitamins and just make you feel great. And she was all over social media showing her kids and her husband. So when that murder happened, they were playing a lot of that stuff to kind of get you like you see their lives. Yeah. But she was a total it seemed like a cult, like they were so into it, you know.
It does become a cult because they believe that they can the one that we knew, there was a higher up in like right around here that she knew. And this chick was a diamond ambassador, whatever the fuck you become, like a ruby and then a diamond and whatever the fuck it is. And she was being given a Lexus SUV. She was being given like trips to Hawaii, but she had gotten in. As we all know how all these things work, you're either at one level where you're earning or you're not. Yeah. And most of them are not. 90% are not earning, you know. And so that woman who was earning was talking to all them like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I was a stay-at-home mom, a Sam, as it were. They like to call themselves Sams. I don't know if you people are familiar with this. It makes, again, it's another thing that makes.
Oh, that's a new. Okay, that's a new one.
And you know, and now all of a sudden I'm financially free. I'm independent. I have my own, you know, and all this kind of bullshit. And so you understand why they fall for it. I mean, hell, why would you know? But it doesn't go that way. And the thing is like, you know, it was like this one product has changed everything for me. I now have energy and I'm losing weight. I've never felt this good in the last 20 years. And then suddenly there's a new product. And now I've never felt this great before. And it's like, well, didn't you just feel great? You're fucking killing it.
That product or this one?
Yeah, like which one's doing it? You know, I can only have enough money for one. Which one do I got to buy from you, you know?
I heard that people are making a ton of money doing videos, like review videos on Amazon now.
Yeah.
Like even more so, like, you know, I was watching some documentary and like two girls, one was like a mom with kids and she reviewed products and supposedly like her husband quit his job and they're just going off of her, like, you know, hustle on Amazon. And I'm seeing like big influencers, like YouTube influencers have now a channel on Amazon. It's so bizarre, like just talking about products, but it makes total sense because everybody shops at Amazon. Who doesn't?
And those, you know how they say they have those infomercially type of things saying like if you do those Audible, like the audio books, like if you read, you can make money from that, and then you can make money from reading. So I know now two people who actually do make money like reading the audio books, like somehow just doing I don't know how they do it, but I went to a birthday party for my friend last week and there was a voice actor there. I was actually asking him about some of that AI stuff, like, are you concerned about it? And he's like, oh yeah, we had like a meeting and addressing all that. But he makes money from reading the audio books. I think it's something through Amazon as well. So I was more like, ooh. I love talking. I should do this. I'll just, instead of torturing you people, I'll just sit and read books for money all day. I do it at my job. I mean, I read to my students. So.
No, it makes sense. I mean, you know, everybody who goes to buy something, if I go to Amazon and I'm buying something, I do go to the customer reviews. And if there's a video there, I'll watch that. And if they don't seem like a waterhead, I'll listen, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I do look at the videos oftentimes these days on there, but if there are multiple videos, if there are some videos that look pretty polished, but there are others that
you don't want it to look too polished.
Like I'll go to the ones where you can just tell it's less polished, and seems more real.
But these girls are posting videos about Amazon on YouTube, right? And then they're doing that too. So they're like driving people to Amazon through their links, and then they're doing reviews on it. This one big influencer I'm thinking of, but interesting. There's all sorts of ways.
I think it's a way to go. In my hatred of the Gen X video people, I despise them, and they've ruined being Gen X. But I watched one today, and she apparently was on TikTok, and she was like, she's moved to Facebook from TikTok.
Is that one you posted in the group earlier today?
No, I'm going to do a full hour on her. She
was annoying as fuck.
Dude, she's so fucking phony. That one, she's so phony. Like, she's acting, she had shirts print up that say Gen X on them, and she's doing this one. You know what? I should just pull it up because you can hear her.
Yes, now I want to see it.
All right, let me go dig this up now.
And the one with the song from Breakfast Club.
Yeah. I hate this woman. Where the hell is she? Is
she brand new? Is this somebody who it looks like she started doing this because she saw the trend?
Yes, 100%. That's what happened here. All right, let me. You can't blow these up, right? No, so we're just going to be on. All right, where are we at? Okay.
Yeah, it's not like somebody who's been around and like is now this. They've been doing other things. This looks like she's trying to capitalize on the trend.
Oh, I hate her so much.
I got to see this. Awful. It sounds like it's going to be awful.
So
she's she's approached middle age and is like, hey, I always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, even though I was never that funny and wasn't going to be that good. Let's try it like this.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. And this here, so this is the one that really made me insane. She's doing this thing about the Breakfast Club. You see her little Gen X shirt. And then listen to what she says. All right, let's push play.
Some of us are just better at hiding it. Amelia Escovich, Andrew, the Breakfast Club.
Okay,
I can't get down. We're all pretty bizarre. Some of us are just better at hiding it. Amelia Escovich.
Who the fuck is Amelia Escovich?
I know. Right.
Like, so you're running a Gen X gimmick and you don't even know Emilio Estevez in the Breakfast Club. Amelia Escovich. By the way, I knew. Nobody steal that. That's my new burner name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bitch.
I am Amelia Escovich.
I listened to it a few times. I was like, is there a joke in here that I'm not getting about why she's not saying Estevez? Like,
that's
I was like, she couldn't possibly be getting his name wrong.
This is so bad.
Oh my God. I can't believe it's 1 a.m. Oh my God.
Her Captain and Tennille one that hurt. You know what? We should watch that, and that'll be. It is 1 a.m. We'll check this out, and then because this one really hurts.
This is the one where she's trying to do like stand-up comedy.
Yeah, I wish you could rewind these videos. I hate these fucking short. You know what? I am.
I know. That annoy, and you can't really pause. You can't pause them either.
Oh no!
Yeah, there's workout ones that I do. Like sometimes I'm like trying to see like, okay, what's the next like move in the workout series, and you can't do it. By the way, we should answer Money Burner's question about the chocolate bars, because people I'm sure are dying to know what our favorite chocolate bars are. I like the organic ones because chocolate can be very bad for you, but the organic ones are good. So I like HU. The hazelnut butter one is banging, and then Ultra Eco those, like the higher percentage of chocolate, those are very good, and they're a little bit healthier, so you don't feel as bad. But like old school, just bad for you chocolate bar, 100 grand all the way.
Oh, 100 grand was good.
I remember.
They're so freaking good, but I try not to eat them. We have Halloween coming up soon.
Yeah. I don't eat stuff like that much anymore, but if I have a chocolate craving, it's for dark chocolate, and I usually want a good quality dark chocolate. And if I'm at a store that they usually have an aisle with just a bunch of those organic and dark and whatever. I'll just grab a couple. I'll just grab a couple, bring home, and see if I like one better than the other, and eat a little bit of it, and then
That's a boring answer.
Yeah, that's it. So, but classic, if we're talking classic.
Yeah,
when I was a kid, I ate the shit out of Three Musketeers bars and Milky Way bars. Most Milky Ways, they go back and forth. And the Milky Way is the Three Musketeer that they put the caramel in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love a good caramel. Now I kind of want chocolate. I don't know. Thanks a lot, Money Burner.
Yeah, it's all Kevin's fault, I guess.
I think I have some Tonys in my. Do you ever have the Tonys chocolate bars? Those are so good.
Are those?
They're like the writing is very like 60s.
Oh my god! I just was thinking of. Remember Snickers? Like, okay, I can never eat a Snickers these days because they're so like. Oh, it's just too much.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I never ate Snickers.
That 100 gram bar. They're the.
But I like Kit Kat bars.
Ooh,
because I like that they're light and crunchy. And
Kit Kats are good. Oh, gas station chocolate bar. Well, 100 gram bar then. Money Burner is. I'd go with that. And you know what's good? You know what's good? Whatchamacallits.
That's
good.
what when I was a kid, not the new whatchamacallit, but the original whatchamacallit.
The original. They're like underrated. Those are actually really, really good.
So
do you guys remember
good bar too? Those are good bars.
Do you remember Score bars?
Yes.
It's funny you say that. Allison was like in some crazed mood where she needed a Score bar. I was working in the next state down. There was nowhere around here for whatever reason that had them. And I was working in the next state down, and I stopped at a Royal Farms gas station to get gas before I had my trip home. And there was a Score bar. And because I am a consummate gentleman, if you would, I picked up a Score bar for her and I brought it home. Speaking of the $100,000 bar or whatever, whatever the fuck it is, that was one of the best bits Opie and Anthony ever did. They spent this day going, be the such and such caller at 5 o'clock and we're giving away $100,000, right? And so this guy fucking calls in and they're like, you won the $100,000, and he's losing his fucking mind. And he's like, oh my God, bro, you don't know how much I need this. He's like, my work truck is fucked and I'm going to get a new work truck. And they were like, how are you going to do that with a candy bar, bro?
Oh my God.
And he was like, fuck you. So that was one of my favorite bits.
Burner, I do like mint chocolate together.
Peppermint patties are fire.
Oh yeah, I like to peppermint patty now and then.
They're good.
But I like. I won't.
And mint chocolate chip ice cream.
What were you going to say? You were going to say something, and then
ice cream. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought
an ice cream.
Ice cream. I'm an ice cream person over.
Not allowed. No, nobody's allowed to eat an ice cream cone. Not a man. A woman can eat an ice cream cone. We will be going over this on the next Mavwa. I have video. Yeah, I have some video that I'm going to show everybody exactly why a man cannot treat himself to a cone.
I disagree. It's so the best is with the fucking ice cream at the bottom of the cone is the combination is when you put the whole thing in your mouth. Ooh,
so
it's
good.
So good.
Yeah.
They're going to clip that when you're going, when you put the whole thing in your
mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, when that whole thing's filling your mouth. That's coming.
If they weren't going to, they are now.
And then because it's all drippy and then
the white.
Oh gosh, you're making it worse.
Yeah.
No, I have a clip. We were talking about it today, and funny that you say that. So we're in the car after they picked us up, and we're going, and I'm showing everybody in the car. It's like, this is why you can't eat a fucking ice cream cone as a man. And I'm holding my phone up and I'm showing a video. And they all said, well, fuck that. You only want when the ice cream's in the cone. And then we agreed that if somebody just sold cones where the thing was packed with ice cream inside, you could just eat the cone, and that would suck. And you wouldn't look suspect as a man. You could have that as a man. But until that day comes, when you go up to the counter and they say, would you like that in a cup or a cone, sir? Your answer, every man here, no, in a cup you want it. Every man here. In a cup you want it.
I always get my ice cream in a cup. I mean, once in a while I'll get a cone, but like
it's just easier and less messy. I mean, an ice cream cone can kind of melt and
go
everywhere. I'm saying a man can't be licking around an ice cream cone in public. You look a certain way.
Joe, did you watch Moment of Contact? Did you?
I have not seen it yet. No, I planned on watching it. I'll probably catch it tomorrow, actually.
Do it. Let's catch it before. Let's make sure we can talk about it on a mafwa. For those of you who don't know, you want some good alien shit, and especially if we do talk about it on your mafwa, and you guys are here watching, you want to catch up, you want to talk with us in the chat about it, fucking look up the movie Moment of Contact. You can rent it on YouTube for like $5, and I think it's on other platforms. You can get it. The movie just is only like a little over a year old. It's pretty recent.
Wow.
It's a documentary about this UFO that crashed in Brazil. Now, you're going to think I sound crazy here, but when you watch this shit and you see all these people and you see people fucking crying, you see these homes being wrecked because of the shit that went down with the fucking people who actually witnessed the aliens.
I've heard him talk about
a guy who died after he had to manhandle the actual alien because of the shit from the alien skin. I sound crazy. It sounds like crazy talk. Watch the fucking movie, people.
Oh, I think I heard
of Contact took place in 1996 in Brazil. This crash.
Yeah, I was going to say I heard his story on the last podcast on the left. Actually, they talked about that. Now that you're mentioning it.
Yeah.
Stick Slonghammer says, I get a cone, but I don't lick it when there are cars next to me at the stoplight. I only eat it when there are no cars. That's how you would have to do it. A man can eat a cone in the privacy of his own home. You can do that. You can eat it in your car when there's nobody looking. But you may not be in public. Now, unless that's your get down. I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying if you want to maintain the presence of a straight man, you cannot be just fucking working. I've seen Kevin do it before, and it looked suspect. And he
now let me ask you: what if a woman is eating an ice cream cone?
Then that's the way it's meant to be. I believe they created the cone for women to eat them in public, and men can watch. That's my thoughts. But a man cannot work a cone. You can't put a work into a cone in public. And when you see the video I'm going to show you of this gentleman at a baseball game, you'll see what I'm talking about. He really goes for it.
I see this.
Here's something. Okay, now Joe, think back to the time when you might have eaten an ice cream cone, and everybody, tell me when you go. You're there in line waiting to give your order for an ice cream cone. There's always multiple flavors of ice cream to pick from, right? And if you're getting 2 scoops in an ice cream cone, are you getting 2 scoops of the same ice cream, or are you getting 2 different scoops?
I always get the same. Yeah, I don't fuck around.
Weird.
No, you can't fuck around. Only if you can blend the flavors. Like, for instance, like you could get like a cinnamon ice cream mixed with if there's one with apple or something, because then it's going to make an apple pie. So if they're complementary flavors, right, then it's permissible.
Yeah. I've done chocolate and coffee because I love coffee ice cream. Sometimes chocolate with the coffee is really good, but yeah, I'm kind of a purist with the.
See, no, always, but like
it too.
Yes, the flavors should go together
as long as they go.
Like coffee and chocolate fudge or whatever, mint chocolate with another chocolate one. I'm not putting strawberry on a fucking mint chocolate chip.
No, yeah, okay, then you can do that.
But it should be. I feel like if you got 2 scoops, it should be 2 flavors to play, and then when they come together, that middle part, you're getting a little.
That's what I like. I like 2 different flavors.
Yeah.
Two like completely different, or you just mean complimentary? Okay.
Yeah, like you would get a caramel something with a toffee or chocolate something, you know, or flavors that can work together some way.
Yeah. Who just said that? Saint Must 31. Same rules apply for bananas and carrots. Yes, a man cannot eat a banana.
I hate bananas. They're so gross.
And you also, if you're gonna have, like, you can have a banana, but you got to break pieces off and then pop it in your mouth. And you're gonna eat baby carrots. Baby carrots a man can have in public, but you can't just take a big carrot.
I've never eaten a carrot in public.
I've never eaten a carrot. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never let me.
Just a funny sentence.
I've only eaten public. Big carrot. I've only eaten an actual full size carrot at home in my kitchen, like pulling out a carrot. I'm just,
Oh, hi,
Anush. He wants to know, what about a hot dog with extra mustard? You can have small bites. You can have the hot dog if you take small bites.
You can totally.
If you try to take down half the hot dog in one bite, then no. But if you're going to eat it reasonably, like a civilized human being, and just take a small bite, then yes, you can have that.
Anush, will you go to Manayunk with me, because I live right near it? Will you go to Manayunk with me, Anush? Please.
He'll go with you. He's going anyway, I think. You have to take small
bites. Well, you need to include me, because you could even visit my house, because I live within a probably.
Aren't you having a sleepover? Isn't everybody coming to sleepover?
You're welcome to come have a sleepover.
Amanda offered up her.
I know. Well, I didn't know that 500 people were coming, and there was Airbnbs involved. But look, I'm saying to the Philly people, if you need a place to crash, I live right there. So yeah.
I'm surprised people aren't going just to sleep in your house, Amanda.
It's a fun house. And I have 4 bedrooms and multiple air mattresses, and it is a grand old time here. So.
Well, I won't be. We got us a pimp ass fucking Airbnb. It's 4,000 square feet or some shit like that.
Wow.
And, so we're all gonna be.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
That's awesome. But I'm saying, if anyone for some reason, my fun house.
We're gonna be
Amanda. Maybe you'll just go stay at the Airbnb too.
We're gonna be doing lines, hookers, cocaine.
They're doing lines off of the hookers' asses.
Off of
them. Oh my god!
I mean, what do you need them there for if you're not going to do lines off of them?
I don't know. I want to go, but I don't drive to Philly. But I don't know. I don't like driving to the city. But Manayunk will drive to, because Manayunk's you just But
you don't go to Old City or anything? You don't just roll down there?
Not when I'm driving.
Why?
It's too much pressure driving this. I parallel parking and merging. I just don't like driving the city.
I don't parallel park.
In all fairness, Philly's not exactly when you're a woman. Again, about what we were talking about before. Do you think I should be parking in a garage by myself in Philly at night?
Did you say twerking in a garage?
Parking.
Oh, park. I thought you said twerk. I was like, why would you be twerking in a garage? What are you doing?
No, definitely don't twerk in a garage.
No, I don't twerk in any garages. I save the twerking for more sheds. Sheds.
I hear you. Look, when you go to Old City, you don't park in the garage. You just go down where the Franklin Fountain is, right?
I don't know. I used to go to where Plowing the Stars and that area, second, third, all that. But my friend would always drive, because people are aggressive. The way people drive it, I honestly would just take an Uber. Probably, I would just take an Uber. But I'm hoping that there's a Manayunk trip in there, so that I can just go to Manayunk and see.
I'm sure there will be. I don't see why there wouldn't be. But yeah, when you go to Old City, you just park right down, ahead, you're going to Penn Landing, and you just park right there.
Straight myself. So
Anuj likes the Jello and applesauce at your old folks.
Yeah, maybe I'll Maybe I'll convince somebody to go with me or something.
You know what? Anuj and I were getting along up until right this moment. Like we had repaired things. He was pleasant last night, you know, and now here he is, right away, right back at it.
Oh my gosh.
You can't trust him. He's like a pit viper. You know, you never not the glasses. I mean, like the actual pit viper, the snake that'll just turn on you and bite you. That's Anuj Patel.
Fernando, I agree with you. I know this is like so long. I'm like fading. It is 1:20 a.m. here.
Let's call it.
Yeah.
All right, should we
call the stream?
Should we end it with this horrible woman? You want to look at her?
Yeah. Let's watch her.
All right. Let me get a share screen here. This is why. Okay, listen up. If you're out there, you're a housewife. If you're friends who like, if you got live, laugh, love on your walls, or like something that says it's wine o'clock, like fuck yourself. Like your friends telling you you're funny are liars. They're all liars. And this woman, I guarantee you, her friends told her she was funny. And my
They're
God,
probably laughing.
look how awful this is. You got it there, clean?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Now, you see the little captain's hat. She's going to tell you, it might have started already. She's going to say something about the captain and Tania. Maybe, we'll see.
In the room that nobody cares about except me. The captain from Captain and Tennille, I don't think he was a real captain. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Just go ahead and clear.
Oh my
God.
God.
That's cringe.
Like,
Totally
cringe.
I said it. Oh, watch out. You know, don't cut yourself on all the edges. He doesn't give a fuck. You know? Yeah.
For kids. I wonder if she's watching that. They're like,
and her entire page all day is her being so Gen X, bro. Like, you can't handle all this Gen X that's coming at you.
Oh my gosh. How did you find her?
Oh, there's the one, Kelly Mano. She's the big fucking Gen Xer where that Asian dude was like, what about Gen X? Why did we let them off the hook? And then she comes in and spews her shit.
Okay.
So that blew the fuck up. She's now monetized and she's making all kinds of fucking money. So much so she's divorcing her husband. I just saw they put a video up like to let everybody know. He's apparently a radio personality, her husband. So whatever the fuck this was. But anyway, now all these other housewives suddenly
oh my god
want to tell you about Gen X. And what it is the same thing as when our parents used to be like, you know, I used to walk through 10 feet of snow for 2 miles to get to school, you know, and all that shit. The thing about being Gen X was that you shut the fuck up about being Gen X. That's what we did. We were just like, we'd let the millennials argue and they'd be like, okay, boomer. And then they'd tell the fucking millennials they were stupid. And we sat in the middle.
All while they were watching the movies, were Gen X and talking about how awesome we were at the same time.
And now these housewives, these housefraus are fucking it all up. You know, not everybody deserves the internet. That's what I'm. Not everybody should be able to be on the internet. And that woman is one of them. And there's a bunch of them. If you go to her page, what the fuck was her name again?
Yeah, what is her name? I gotta look this up.
Her name is, hold on. Oh, shut up. Susan, it's Suzan Hall. Over 50 Gen X is her fucking handle. If you just want to, like, I'm telling you, wait till you see the horror that awaits you on her page.
Now, don't send people there because then she'll get more views and everything.
She's getting plenty as it is.
She has 46,000.
Thank you. When I look
yes, 46,000 subs and whatever. It's in every video, and then it's insane. And all she does, and she don't even know Emilio Estevez's name.
Estevich, what?
Amelia,
amazing.
Whatever the fuck it was. Like, she's not even legit. She wasn't Gen X. She was the people nobody talked to back then.
Marcus, I'm wearing a dress.
Oh wait, here.
You gotta show.
Let's give Amanda. Here we go. Give us your outfit of the day.
Yes.
It's a dress. But it's like I have the matching sort of like peeking out, you know.
I love it. They're cute.
But thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it.
That's funny.
Thank you.
Marcus
Yeah.
doesn't
Well,
tell
then
me.
I'm gonna have to watch her and cringe.
Oh, it's
Anyway,
so,
I'm fading fast, but yeah.
I'll be fading out. While I sat here at the end of this, I just consumed a wild cherry THC seltzer.
Oh,
I'll be sleeping well tonight.
Oh
That's-
yeah.
nice.
Wow. And Margie, were you drinking coffee?
Yeah. It's decaf though. Decaf coffee. I like the taste. What can I say?
I think mentally, even though there's not caffeine, like I would just, it would trick me into thinking.
Decaf technically does have a little bit of
Just
Has a
caffeine.
little bit, yeah. I hope I can sleep tonight. We'll see.
Well, let's say good night, everybody. Hey, everybody,
Yeah.
thanks for being here. Everybody here on the panel, all of you, you're all awesome. Thanks for being here. All of you guys in the chat, thank you. If you were here at the beginning and you're still here, thank you for
Yeah.
You're the real MVP.
Yes.
Thank you for like maybe needing to see a doctor, but staying here instead. So
Exactly. And men
I don't
always order a cup, and Gen X shuts the fuck up about being Gen. That's how I'm signing off. That's all.
All right.
Love you guys too. Bye.
bye. Where are you flying to, Margie?
Oh, I'm not going anywhere.